Zoom recording. Okay, so you guys should notice that you don't have access to the chat box today. Do you see that? Do you have a chat box on your screen today? No, you don't. Okay, so we had some issues with the chat box on Friday, and so I have disabled the chat box. So we will use it as needed. I might bring it back later, we'll see. But if you remember, one of our rules is to use the chat box responsibly. So the only time you should be using the chat box is if it has to do with the seminar at hand, right? We shouldn't be having any side conversations in the chat box. And I found that we were, and so I have disabled it for that reason. So I'll bring it back later as I see that we're doing a little bit better with the way that we participate in class. But for now, it's gone. So I'm gonna need you, hopefully that will encourage you to speak to me, right? If you're gonna answer questions, I want to hear your beautiful voices. So I would like you to tell me your answers, okay, instead of chatting them in the chat box. Okay, so Eden and Simon will join us. Okay, there's one. I think that's Simon. Good morning. Morning, Simon. Okay, so we're gonna get started.
Rename myself.
No, she doesn't.
All right, guys. Okay, so let's just review our rules. We'll review our rules every morning just in case you forget them. Turn off any cell phones, any distractions. Exit any other applications that you are on your computer. Come to class on time. Okay, and that's Eden. Come to class on time. Dress appropriately. Remember, this is still a classroom setting. Use your first name when you sign in. So if any of you don't have your name in your name area for your profile, please name yourself at this time. And when you enter the classroom, make sure to enable both your audio and your video. And mute your microphones during the lesson to avoid disturbing the class with any background noise. We want to be respectful of others. We want to participate. And when you have a question or a comment, I'm going to need to see you raise your hand, okay? So just raise your hand in camera. And then this last one, use the chat responsibly. So when I do bring the chat back, I'll expect that we will use it responsibly. For now, it's disabled, and I will bring it back as needed. And last, have fun. So I have some surprises for us today. I hope you guys enjoy it, because I really try to plan in ways that will make the work that you're doing during the week, hopefully on Friday, we can really make it come to life. So I think I have a few surprises in there to help us do that. Okay, so your supplies that you should have with you today. I hope I updated this guide, your brain, your LTW materials. I don't think I did. Your reasoning, you should have everything. I think I have not updated this. So you should have everything within reach, close to you. Whiteboards, your dry erase markers, and then your smiles and your conversation. Okay, so have you all seen this schedule already? I sent it out earlier this week. Did you take a look at it? Thumbs up if you did. Okay, perfect. So this is how our days will go. And we have a little bit of wiggle room. I have made, if you look at the schedule, our seminar days are not quite 60 minutes. They range anywhere from 50 minutes to 45 minutes. So we have some wiggle room with our breaks, right? And we have the option of ending before 3:30 if we press on and take away some of the breaks. So I'm gonna leave that up to you. If you want to try to end before 3:30, then that means we'll need to do a few seminars without any breaks in between. But if you are happy to end at our normal time, somewhere around or between 3 and 3:30, then we can keep our breaks as is. Today, our Latin is going to be a little bit longer because I want to make sure that we fit in everything that you did this week. There were quite a few new things this week, and I want to make sure that we go through those. So we might take the full hour for Latin today. Any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
No,
Yes.
I have a question.
Okay.
Is it all right to do a little bit of work on a weekend? Because I didn't finish all my Latin stuff for this week. It was way too much.
Okay. So remember for Latin, Simon, and the rest of you, you're going to see these same lessons and same exercises for 3 years. 3 years, you're going to see them. Okay. So if you don't finish, I don't want you to sweat it too much. If anything, if you see that you get to about Wednesday and that you haven't completed all your exercise, then complete a few from each exercise that you have left. The key is to make sure that you understand the exercise, okay? Because you're going to see these same exact exercises for another 2 years.
Okay, so I'm going to tell that to my mom, and she's going to be like, what? No.
Right. So the goal is to still press on as much as you can, but there'll be some weeks where you have more work than others. And so this is the year that you're learning to manage your time. So if you see that with your Latin, you might have like 7 or 8 exercises, right? And so if you have other things that by Wednesday, you're just like, oh, I only have one more day to get 5 exercises done, then I want you to make sure that you complete some from each exercise so that you understand what the exercise is trying to teach you. Okay? Does that make sense? Because you're going to see these exercises again. And as you learn the Latin and you start to learn it better, you'll be able to get through the exercise faster. All right. Okay, so let's hit our Devo. So get a reader, please. I can't see all of you. How do I do that? Hold on, William. I'm gonna have you read. No. I need to see all of you first. Hold on. I need to make this bigger.
Wait.
I don't know how to see all of you.
William, why are you at Wallace?
I'm zooming from here.
It's not relevant right now. On break, you guys can talk about that, okay? So go ahead, William. Can you read for me, please?
Let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit, but in lowliness of mind, let each other esteem others better than himself. Let each of you look at not only for his own interests, but also for the interests of others.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, William. Okay, so what is that word ambition? What does that mean? Have you guys heard that word before? Yes, no? Okay, so what does it mean? Desire, yeah. That could be it. Go ahead and unmute yourself if you want to answer the question. Ambition. You have a thought about that, Simon? What's ambition?
Kind of like wanting to do something, like a goal.
Very good, very good. So it's a strong desire to do or to achieve something, right? And so it's coupled here with selfish. So what do you think selfish ambition would be?
Your
I
own.
don't know. Isn't all ambition selfish?
That's a good question. Is it? Well, let's first define our terms and then we'll see.
Is it
William?
personal ambition or just any kind of ambition?
Okay, personal ambition, you said. So selfish can mean personal, right? Is selfish usually used in a positive way or a negative way?
There's no such thing as positive or negative.
Say it again, Simon.
I just dropped my Legos.
Oh,
I have 2 pieces that I'm fiddling around with.
okay. Is selfish usually used in a positive way or a negative way?
Negative.
Charlotte?
Yeah.
Okay, who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
William did.
Okay. I can't see all your faces at once. Okay, very good. So it's usually negative. So it's a personal desire to do or achieve something. So now the next part says, or conceit. Let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit. So what would conceit be? If someone is conceited, what are they? Have you heard that word before? Yes. So when it's used to describe somebody's personality, what does that mean? I wouldn't say it's something I've seen in any of you. Conceit. So I'll help you along with that one. It's excessive pride in oneself. So excessive meaning too much, right? Excessive pride. So let nothing be done through selfish ambition. So that would be a desire, a strong desire to do something just for yourself, or through excessive pride for yourself. And then we have a but there, right? So it says, don't do this. Now turn your mind to do this. In lowliness of mind, what does that mean? Lowliness. That's an H word. Does anyone know what that H word is?
Humble.
Right. Humble or humility. So, but in humility, let each esteem others better than yourself. So now it's telling us not do this, but do this, right? And then why? Do we see a why in the scripture that Paul's sharing with us? What's the next verse say? Shiloh, can you read the next verse? Starting with let each.
You look out not only for his own interest, but also for the interest of others.
Okay, so it says that we should, in humility, let each esteem others better than ourselves. And then it specifically tells us how to, right? To not only look at our own interests, which would be that first part, let nothing be done through selfish ambition or conceit. But the second part goes with the second part of the first verse, right? In lowliness of mind, let each esteem others better than himself. And then the but also for the interest of others. So I want you guys to help me with something. Who knows this person? Who recognizes this person?
Chadwick Boseman.
Okay, and what is he known for?
His roles of number 42, Thurgood Marshall, James Brown, and Black Panther.
Okay, very good. So probably most of you might recognize him for the Marvel movie Black Panther. Did any of you hear about that movie or see it? Any of you?
Yeah,
Have you heard about it?
I watched it.
Okay, very good, very good. So I'm not sure how many are aware, but he passed away last Friday. So as we were having class, later on that evening, he passed away. And the amazing thing that the world has found out about him is that he suffered from colon cancer. As of 2016, he had colon cancer. So when he filmed Black Panther, and for any of you have seen action movie, superhero movies, right? It was a lot of action there, a lot of intense things that the actors had to do to make that movie come to life. He was suffering with stage 3 colon cancer during that time, and nobody knew except for the inner circle of his family. Do you think that that's pretty amazing? So how do you think his life, in terms of he gave back a lot. He used to go visit children that had cancer at St. Jude's. He donated a lot of money to cancer patients, mostly children. And he was very outspoken about things that were going on wrong in the world, right? So how do you think he was able to really live out this verse? Any thoughts about that? Go ahead. Can you unmute yourself, Russell?
I did. So anyway, the fact that he had colon cancer and still kept on fighting, that was one. Still kept on playing the parts in the movie. And I heard from the documentary I watched a couple of days ago that he was such a great actor that he forced everybody to lift up their game.
Good, very good. And so especially that second part, let each of you not only look out for your own interests, but for the interests of others. How do we see that reflected in the legacy that he left? How do we see that reflected? We only just heard about all of the wonderful things that he did visiting these children. Nobody knew that. Nobody knew that he was doing that. It's not something that he broadcasted to the world. We found those things out after his death. So how do you think that he showed that and he was dealing and suffering with the same things these children were dealing and suffering with? What was his intention, you think? Unmute yourself if you want to speak. No thoughts?
Maybe to look out for the interests of others.
Very good, very good. Very good. Do you think that he could really sympathize with the children that were in the hospital fighting for their lives? You think he could sympathize with that? Yeah. So he not only played a superhero in a movie, he ended up being a superhero for these kids in real life. So it's something definitely for us to just kind of think about with our own lives, right? How do we live out a verse like this? Any suggestions? Even as young as you are, you could live this verse out now. How do you think you can? Kendall. How do you think at your age now, you can not only look out for your own interests, but also look out for the interests of others? How about in terms of your schoolwork? What does that mean to look out for the interests of others?
To think about others before you think about yourself.
Right. So we want to think about that in the words that we say and the way that we behave. We don't want to spontaneously say things, right? We want to think about what is going on with my throat. Good word choices, right? And we want to think about the things that we say and how they impact other people. And I think this verse really kind of embodies a thought like that, right? So even with challenge now, for any of you that have friends that are in their 3rd year of essentials, now you can encourage them Don't tell them about the bad stuff. If you tell them about the bad stuff, will they be scared? Yes. You want to encourage them with the things that you're learning so it can be something that they can look forward to. Okay? That's just a thought. All right. Good job, guys. I'm going to get you
Does
guys
that
talking.
also go with somebody who's the first year of essentials, the first year?
Yes.
Yes,
Of
my
course.
sister, she just started today. She's at
Yes.
C3.
Yes, of course, because first year of essentials for many students was a very different and difficult transition. It's a little bit more work, right? A little bit more work added, well, maybe a lot of bit more work, really. And then now you guys have bridged the gap from getting used to the essentials work with your foundations memory work, and now you've bridged the gap to challenge, and that's something completely different. The workload is different, even the seminars are different. So how we can encourage other people would be not to focus on the things that are really, really hard, but focus on the things that you're learning, right? And share with them. Pay attention to that because you're going to see that in challenge. Right? Don't you think that that's helpful for you? All right. Good job, guys. All right. So we're going to do some math now. Did anybody bring some math problems for me today? Okay. Thank you, William. Who else? Grant, Eden. Okay. Simon. Okay. Very good. Did we just lose somebody?
Kendall.
Okay, we lost Kendall. Oops. Okay, now I can see everybody. I don't know how I did that. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Yes, I can see everybody now. Okay. So, you see a word on the screen? What is that word? William? Rule. What can you tell me about that word, Eden?
It sort of means instructions, I guess.
Okay, very good. How about you, Grant? What can you tell me about that word? Can it mean something else besides instructions?
Yeah, it could also be like a command, maybe.
Okay.
Do something.
Can it be broken down into different parts? Yes. I see you shaking your head. Yes, William. Is it a noun or a verb?
Noun.
Can it be a verb?
Yes.
Yes.
Let me hear an example in both a noun and a verb.
King ruled his country. That is a rule of the game, I guess.
Okay. Very good. Very good. So do they mean the same thing in the two examples that you gave?
No.
So what do they mean as what does it mean as a noun?
Boundaries and limits.
Okay, very good, very good. What does it mean as a verb?
Power, maybe.
Okay, oh, that's a good one. On what do you think rules rely? Do they rely on something? Do rules rely on something?
You to follow them.
Okay. So who makes the rules in your house?
My
Shiloh, I
mom.
see. Who makes the rules in your house, Shiloh?
Sarah.
Sarah. Okay. Kendall, how about your house? Who makes the rules in your house?
My parents.
Okay, very good. So with a rule, then there should be a ruler, right? Or some form of authority, right? Okay, I just added a letter at the end of it. Does it change it? How? How so?
Because it could be a ruler, as in a math ruler, or a dictator.
Okay, very good, Towie. And what part of speech is this now?
It can still be either a noun or a verb.
Okay, William, let me hear an example of both.
The king was a great ruler, and then get out your math ruler.
Okay, so that great ruler, is that a noun or a verb?
I don't know.
Does anyone else have thoughts? Is that a noun or a verb? He was a great ruler.
I think it's a noun. Is it a noun?
Yes, that would be a noun, right? So then can we use ruler as a verb?
No.
No.
Okay, very good. How about this thing? I think Towie helped us with that. So this picture can only be one thing, right? Whereas the word can be two different things, right? So what's the relationship between a ruler and a ruler? Is there one?
They're both spelled the same,
Okay,
and a ruler kind of like sets the rules of what's an inch, I guess.
okay, very good. So they both would be a sense of authority, right? What would be the authority for a ruler? It would be the standard of what?
Commanding and kingdom.
Right. And then the picture ruler there would be a standard for what?
Measure units. Units of measure.
Right. Right. A standard for measurement. Very good. Okay, very good. You guys are thinking this morning. So I want you to watch me build this picture, okay? That's one piece. That's another piece. And that kind of helps us to see more of what it is. So what is that?
It's an acute angle of maybe 15 degrees.
Okay, very good. You gave me the measurement and everything. Very good. Okay, so what are the parts of it?
Two lines.
Are those lines?
They're right.
Who said that? Was that Grant? Good job, Grant. They are raised. Very good. So let's see a little bit more about this. I have what is this and what are the parts? So now let's look at the individual parts of this thing. We're going to look at points, lines, segments, and rays. And remember, with all these vocabulary terms that you guys are using in your different math books, we are going to try our best to speak the language of math, right? Okay, so the first one.
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
I feel like I did this like 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, that's
Should
fine.
that be?
That's fine. 8-7 starts always with review, and then they build. So all the Saxons always start with a good part of review, and then they build on to the new lessons.
Okay.
The book that I'm using, the Saxon math that I'm using, I started. I mean, it's already on to pi and stuff. And
Okay,
Hey, pi.
very good. So the goal the goal for our math, because you'll see as you're in the challenge levels that students are in different levels and even in different curriculums. Everyone is not using Saxon. So the goal is not necessarily to solve the problems. The goal is to refer to what knowledge that you do know to be able to ask questions about the problem so that you can solve it. Right? So that's what the goal is for math when you're in the challenge level. Because students are at all different levels of math. So really, your parents are the teacher for your math, right? But we will work through problems so that we can see how we can use the skills of classical rhetoric to help us solve math. That's kind of the point. Okay, so can I get a reader for a point? Who haven't I heard from yet? Anybody? Simon, go ahead, read for me, please.
A point has no sides or shape, just position.
Okay, very good. So this is point M is our example. And can I get Eden? Can you read the next one for me, please?
A line is a straight path of points that has no beginning or end.
Okay, so let's look at the illustration of this line. What do we see in the illustration?
A line with arrows at the end that are pointing either way to show that
Okay,
it's forever and ever.
right, very good. And what else do we see on the line?
2 points.
Right, we see 2 points. So we see the relationship between a point and a line, right? Okay, and so how do we write a line without it being in symbolic form? That would be here. So this is called line what?
XY.
Right, line XY. And you can see the 2 little arrows there that lets you know that it's a line, right? And that there's no beginning and no end. It goes on for infinity in both directions. Okay, how about this one? Kendall, can you read that one for me, please?
A line segment is a portion of line that has 2 endpoints.
Very good. Okay, so what's the difference between this line segment and this line? William?
One of them has an end and one of them doesn't.
Okay, very good. Russell, do you see another difference?
Yes,
What do you see?
one's kind of diagonal and one's horizontal.
Okay. What are the similarities of the line?
They both have 2 points called A and B.
Okay. Very good. And what are the points, Tally? What are they?
A and B.
Very good.
They're also
Great.
both straight.
They both, say it again?
They're both straight lines.
Yes, very good. And Grant, what's the difference between the way that I write a line and the way that I write a line segment?
There's no arrows on the end.
Very good. Very good. Okay, and how about this one? Array. William, can you read that one for me, please?
Array is a portion of a line which has one endpoint and extends forever in one direction.
Okay, forever and ever and ever and ever. Okay, so now we've added another one. What's the difference between the ray, the line segment, and the line? How do I tell the difference?
The ray has only one arrow and it shoots off. Then in
Okay, very good.
direction.
Very good. So it goes forever in one direction. And so what are the likenesses of the line segment, and the ray? What's similar?
They both go on forever and ever.
Okay, very good. Kendall?
They all have points extending in a straight line.
Okay, very good.
None of the
So
lines
they have,
curved. They're all the same.
okay, very good. Very good observation, you guys. Do you notice what we're doing? Do you remember what this line of questioning is called that we're doing? The 5 common
Topics.
topics. Very good. Very good. Don't make me drag it out. I know you guys know it. So you can use the 5 common topics with any topic, any topic. So if you ever have a challenge when you're in a group of people, Miss Jamia, and you kind of don't know what to say or you don't know how to start conversation, I know some of you do not have that challenge at all. But the 5 common topics help us to be able to do that. Not only does it make you sound like super, super smart, let me tell you, it makes you sound super smart, but you'll start to find similarities in what another person knows versus what you know, and then you're able to gain more information, and now you know it too, right? So you can add to the conversation. That's what the 5 common topics help us do. Okay, so what are all these things here?
Angles.
They are angles. How are they the same or
They,
similar?
They're all made out of rays.
well, they all intersect at a point.
Okay, very good. What else? What other similar things do we see about them?
They all have arrows on 2 sides.
Okay, very good. Any more similarities? How about differences?
They're all different measures.
Okay, very good.
They're all different size.
Say it again, Kendall.
They're all a different size.
Size. They're all different size. Very good. Well, you guys are on it. So what are these? What are their parts? What are the parts of these? We built one of them, right? In the very first picture.
They're all rays, right?
Right. So they can be broken down into smaller parts. Isn't that what we do with the math problem?
Mhm. And
Right.
there one's a right angle, one's a 0, and then the other ones I'm guessing is a 15 and a 315.
Okay. And what do we use angles for?
Measuring stuff.
Okay. Is that all?
For construction and making sure it's built properly.
Okay. Very good. Thinking of your dad and those bridges. I'm sure he uses a lot of angles.
What was Simon talking about it being a 315-degree measure or something? Because I feel like I heard that number, but none of them are, I don't think.
It goes from 0
Right.
to 360
It
degrees.
goes from 0 to 180, so it would be 180 for the straight.
Actually, yeah, that is right. Never mind.
So that's,
But 350 would also be correct, technically.
For a full what?
For a full 360 degrees, which is like a circle.
Right. A full
Right.
circle. So an angle would be a portion of a circle, right? It'd be a small portion. Okay. Have you guys ever played billiards or pool before?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever played? So do you ever have to use kind of angles when you're trying to shoot? Okay, I know.
Kind of, I guess.
Yeah, you do. It's all about geometry. It's all about angles and geometry when you play pool.
Yeah, but when you play an online pool game, it doesn't help. The
Oh,
angles
no,
are just
I'm not talking
broken,
about
completely
online.
broken.
I'm talking about
I'm not
real
cool.
the sticks and your chalk and the balls and
Yeah, real
it's
pool is fun.
angles.
The sticks are too hard to hit the balls with. They're like,
No, they're not.
they're kind of hard.
No.
Well, maybe you just have to try a different stick, William. I've
I
had
think it goes
two
like
sticks that are heavier than others, and then the little tip too. If you do the chalk really well, then it won't slip
But
on the ball.
so it's like it's hard to get that point to hit the ball exactly. Like it's really
Yeah.
difficult to move it to the ball point.
yeah.
Like anything else, it takes practice. Today is my anniversary, 22 years. Woo, 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 woo. But before that, when we were in college, we used to play pool. We used to go out and play pool together, and ask me, did I beat him several times? The answer would be yes, yes, this lady right here, yes. Because it was all about angles and geometry. So it's a fun little side note about Miss Jamia. Okay, so we did talk about how they're similar. And what do we need to understand in order to be able to tell the difference between the angles? What kinds of laws or things do we need to understand?
The degrees.
Okay, the degrees. Like what degree equals what kind of angle, right? Okay, very good. So now we're gonna go through each angle. I'm sure you guys probably already know these if it's review for most of you. So can I get a reader for this one? Grant.
Acute angle. The angle that is between 0 degrees and 90 degrees is an acute angle. In the figure
Okay.
below.
Okay, very good. So this is an acute angle. So it's not ever going to be any greater than 90 degrees. Okay, what's this one? Go ahead, William.
A right angle, the angle that is 90 degrees is a right angle, and angle C as shown below.
Okay, very good. And how about this one? Eden, can you read that one for me, please?
Obtuse angle. The angle that is between 90 degrees and 180 degrees is an obtuse angle. Angle B as shown below.
Okay, very good. So you see first it starts out like this, then it's like this, then it's like this, right? So for me, I'm super visual. So if I see an angle, sometimes I'm gonna need to turn it in my mind to see which kind of angle it is. You know, sometimes if it's flipped the other way, I'm just like, oh, I have to flip it in my mind literally. And then I'm like, oh, it's an acute angle. Does anyone else do that? Are you trying to say I'm crazy? I know you guys are trying to say that Miss Jamia is crazy. Okay. How about this one? Shiloh, can you read that one for me, please?
Straight angle. The angle that is 180 degrees is a straight angle. Angle AOB in the figure below.
Okay, very good. So these are all of our different angles that were shown on that page previous. And now we see the difference in angle sizes for them, right? Okay. Does this look good to you? How many of you eat this and this is your favorite food? Okay, I have to ask that because it's not my favorite food. Whose food is it not their favorite food? Raise your hand. Really? Is that 4 of you? Okay, what's your favorite food, William?
Shrimp scampi. Like
Oh,
a
fancy.
Costa dish.
Fancy, okay. Okay, I know shrimp scampi. I'm familiar with that. How about you, Shiloh?
I don't really have like a favorite, but like one of the top would probably be like chicken Alfredo.
Okay, oh, you guys are all fancy. All right. Towie, you said that pizza was not your favorite, right? Okay, what's your favorite?
Stir fry.
Stir fry, okay. And Grant, pizza's not your favorite.
I like mac and cheese.
Mac and cheese. Okay. You know, that's Mateo. That's my son Mateo's favorite too. Okay. Pizza.
The thing is, the only reason I like pizza so much is because at my house we always have like a home cooked dinner, so I'm just like, pizza be made.
Okay. Okay. I know growing up, pizza was the fave for most kids, and I imagined that it still was, but you guys getting fancy on me. I have to get some shrimp scampi and stir fry and Alfredo. I got to get some of those pictures on and get your mouth watering for lunch. Okay, so if we're talking about fractions and percents, pizza is just kind of the logical thing to talk about fractions, right? It's something common, it's something that we all kind of eat occasionally. So if I took out one slice, can you see how many slices are here?
$16, I think.
Okay, you are correct. There are 16 slices. I don't know who really cuts it into that many slices. We probably do at our house because there's 6 of us, but I don't eat it, so somebody will have my extra. So if I took out one slice, what fraction would that be?
1/16.
Very good, very good. And what is a fraction again? What's the definition of a fraction?
A portion of something.
Okay. So a part of a whole, right? When we think of it as like, it's something that's a part of a whole. And are there other ways to write fractions besides like a numerator and denominator?
Decimal.
Okay, as a decimal,
A percent.
as a percent. What about when you have a whole number and a fraction? What's that called?
A mixed number.
Very good, a mixed number.
Could probably write out a fraction in word form.
Mm-hmm, very good. And so what is a percent?
Part of 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, and so on.
Okay, very good. Okay, so how much time we got? Okay. So, solving story problems. These are the steps. Oh, my 2 isn't bolded. There are usually 4 steps. We'll read the problem and identify the pattern. Then we'll write an equation for the given information, solve and check the equation, and then review the question and write the answer. So I have 2 story problems, and I'm going to break you into 2 groups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 in each group. So we're going to look at the first one. This is the first problem. So go ahead and read it, because when I break you into your groups, you won't be able to see it anymore.
I'm thinking.
Don't give me the answer yet. I'm going to break you into groups, and then you guys are going to go through the steps, and I want you to, when you come back to present, I want you to present the problem in the language of math.
Can you
Okay.
repeat the steps, please?
Sure, I can repeat the steps. Let me go back. Okay, here are the steps for you. You're going to read the problem and identify the pattern. That's the first step. Then you're going to write an equation for the given information. Then you're going to solve and check the equation. Then you will review the question to make sure that you answered what they were looking for. And then you'll write your answer. Everybody got it?
Can you go back to the problem?
Yes, I am. Okay. So here's the problem. And now I'm gonna break you up into your groups. Take a look at this problem. Let me give you a minute. Okay, I'm gonna break you into your groups now, okay? So let me stop sharing for a second. 2 rooms. Okay, you ready? Let me see. Okay, we're good to go. So you have your directions. You know what you're doing. I'm going to give you 5 minutes. And when you come back, I want you to pick a spokesperson and I want you to present the problem using the language of math, okay? All right, here we go. You are now in the main session. Okay. How do I get back to my breakout rooms? There we go. Let me see this one. Thank you, baby. Oh, what happened? Russell, were you in a group? Unmute, unmute, I can't hear you.
I left the room.
Oh, well, you still had a few seconds.
But did you leave voluntarily or you leave involuntarily?
Voluntarily.
You push yourself out of the group? Or did it just take, or were you taken out?
I took
You can't be.
out the group.
Okay.
So just moving forward, class, when we're in groups, I don't want you to leave any sooner than the group ends on its own. So you'll get like a 1-minute warning.
That
Yes,
was
you have.
punishing.
And that's just to let you know that that's how much time you have left to complete whatever assignment Ms. Jamia gave for you in your group, okay?
Okay.
So that was our first time doing breakout rooms. So let's see, who are your spokespersons?
Wait, aren't they usually supposed to be like breakout rooms, like a bunch of puzzles and stuff?
No, a breakout room just means that we separate from our main group into smaller groups so that we can have assignments within those groups. So we'll use them as needed in the different seminars. We'll do one again today for, if we have time for LTW today when we discuss.
Mr. Mia, was that thing that you were is the breakout rooms that thing that you were talking, that thing?
No, it's another thing that I hope you find really cool because I found it really cool. So, Simon,
I'll tell everybody then. You don't tell me now.
Do you still want us to explain the problem?
I do. Let me see.
Understand what that meant.
Who was the spokesperson for the second? I got you, William, for group 1. Who was the spokesperson for group 2?
Towie.
Did you guys select one?
Yeah, we selected Towie.
Okay.
We're kind of still voting on it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Towie,
well.
are you the spokesperson?
I guess.
Okay. Perfect.
So, can I explain first?
Yes.
So,
Go ahead, William.
So as you might see, I was sharing my screen, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine.
We're trying to find a factor of 36, and we want 12. We know that 12 has 12. We go on with the multiples, and 24. 36, here's a pattern for 12. So we're trying to find factor of 36. If we tried 6, because as we know, 36 divided by 6 equals 6. But if we see here, 6, 12, because the least common factor must be 36. So as we can see, 6 does not work. 9, the least common, 9 does not have 6 as a multiple at all. So I believe 9 would also not work. So now let's try. I know this is a little past the normal multiplication tables. Kendall was the one that found out the answer. So let's try 18. So we go 18, and then look, there's 36. Matches up because 24 is not a multiple of 18, but 36 is. We are going to check our work. Let's do 18 times 2. Let's see if that's going to equal 36. So as we can see, bring it up, 36 it is equal to. Now we can also check our work with 12. And 12 times 3 equals 36. And as we can see, 6 does not work and 9 does not work. And so 18 is the answer.
Okay, very good.
And
So it was the greatest common factor you were looking for, right?
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
it's past 10.
Okay, Simon, I don't need reminders of the time anymore. Thank you for that. We are going to end shortly. Towie, you're up, okay?
Okay, so we know our, one of our numbers is 12, and we're trying to find 36.
Mhm.
So first, we should find the factors of 12 and see how they go into 36. So we have 12, and then our first factor of 12 is 2. How do you go back to the drawing marker?
Do you have a tool down at the bottom?
No,
What are you on, Tally?
I'm on, what do you mean?
Are you on a Chromebook?
I'm on a MacBook.
MacBook? I don't know the tools on that one. Do you see the annotate tool? I don't know if you can't use text, I don't think. Can you?
Mm,
I don't know. Can you draw it?
I'm trying to draw it, but I lost the marker.
Can you explain it without sharing your screen?
I think so.
Because, I mean, I was using a Dell, so I don't know.
So we have to figure out the factors of 12.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 goes into 12 6 times. And then, so we have 12 and 2. And then we also have 6.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next factor of 12, well, first we have 1, then we have 2, then we have 6, then we have, and then we have 12. We also have 24 and then 36. So since our number we're trying to figure out is, since we have 36, we know that 12 is one of the factors. So if we go to, if we try to do 6, then the only 3 factors of 6 are 1, 2, and 3. So our number is not 6. If we try to go to, if we try and divide 36 by 6, then we get 6. So we know it's not 6.
Mm-hmm.
If we try dividing 36 by one of the factors of 6, if we go through the list, then we'll eventually get to 3, which is 18. And then I believe 18 is our answer.
Okay, very good, very good. So were you guys able to use a whiteboard in your breakout rooms too?
Wait, we were?
Okay. Okay, so we will try that. If you go to the annotate feature next time, when you go into your breakout rooms, if it calls for that. Yes, Eden. Can you unmute?
Can I
Okay.
run upstairs for a minute and unplug the crock pot so the mac and cheese doesn't burn?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys did awesome. It's break time now, and we will reconvene. Do you guys want 10 minutes? You want to take your full?
Mr. Mio,
Scheduled, we didn't have any break now, so can we do 5 minutes?
no,
Yeah, 5 minutes. And then we'll end earlier.
Yes.
doesn't matter.
Let's take a vote. Who wants a 5-minute break? Raise your hand. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh,
Any-
huh? Who
Wait.
wants a 10 break? 1, 2.
10 minutes.
Vote twice.
Wait, Razul raised his hand both times, I think.
So you can't vote twice. You have to pick one.
Razul, vote for 10 minutes.
No, vote for 5 so we can end early.
Vote for 10 and you get free
Okay,
Red
how about this? How about we try to push through with the next seminar? How about that? How about we take our 10 minutes now, and with the next one, we push through till lunch? How about that?
Deal.
Or just
Okay.
a shorter lunch.
Wait,
Okay.
okay.
So 10 minutes.
A preview.
It's 11 now. So come
Oh,
back
that's
at
a
10.
good map.
Oh, very good.
I think, wait, no. Wait, this one wasn't from memory, I don't think. Well, see you in 10 minutes.
Uh-oh, what did I do?
Well, that was
But another thing
I
though
hatched in last
is
March.
I got a new Kindle.
Oh, what is that, William? What's that a picture of?
With a little quail.
Look at
I
these.
actually didn't find this off the web. I took it myself.
Oh, good job, William.
Well,
Is that a filter you use? What kind of,
no, it's
what
not
is
a filter. It's actually it's not edited, I don't think. Pretty much.
okay.
Really. It's just something I hatched last March.
Oh, okay. Wow, very good.
Yeah, so
Guys, I'll see you soon.
Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Okay. Well, come on.
There we go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So this actual presentation will be in your classroom too, that you can look at it longer. We're just gonna kind of glance at where the features are, but you can spend more time in it when you look through it in the classroom. So this next one is Fox Basin, right? So that would be here. What area is this right here?
Baffin Island. Baffin Island.
So this is, I believe this is Quebec over here. Let's see. Yeah, what's that? What's this right here? So,
Mr.
Yeah.
Mia, it's getting kind of glitchy on my screen.
okay, that wouldn't be my end. That would be your end, Simon.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I kind of assumed that that was going to be part of the Baffin Islands part of Nunavut because that's what its capital's on, Baffin Island.
Right, right. So this is Great Bear Lake. You see here you have Great Bear Lake. And then we have Great Slave Lake. There we go, Great Slave Lake.
Is that a lake?
That is a lake. And you see it falls into other rivers that are around it, it looks like.
No, the picture itself on the little part of the lake.
Oh, is that the lake? No, Great Slave Lake is the second largest lake in the Northwest Territories. I guess this would be some things that are not necessarily on the lake, but things that are around the lake. So all of this area is like cold. I know I definitely couldn't survive there. If you love the cold, that's where you need to be. The Gulf of St. Lawrence. Look at that beautiful seal. Oh my goodness. So obviously there's the cute little baby seals there. The Gulf of St. Lawrence. Let's get through this a little bit faster because I want you guys to have your time for your assessment. Hudson Bay. So there's another Hudson Bay in another part. Does anyone know where it is?
There's more than one Hudson Bay.
Yeah, there is. There's another Hudson Bay in North America. Does anyone know where it is?
No, I don't.
It's in New York. New York.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know about the Hudson Bay in Canada. I knew about the one in New York.
Don't they teach you about the one in
I've
Canada?
been there. It's so dirty.
In
Thank you,
geography,
William.
in CC, it's the one in Canada.
That's right, it is. And then we have the Hudson Strait, which empties into the Hudson Bay, right? So strait is one of your vocab terms that you will get to, I think, in semester 2 to know the difference between a bay and a strait. And then we have James Bay. So how many of you were able to get through your features this week and kind of locate them on your maps?
Me.
Okay. Then you have your Labrador Sea. All this blue. Lake Winnipeg. And then we talked about Baffin Island earlier, right? Because we looked at Baffin Bay. There's Baffin Island.
People live on Baffin Island.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so cold up there in that part. I mean,
People live in Greenland, so obviously people live in Baffin Island.
I'm not sure if it's inhabitable. You probably have to look that up. If you go to the presentation and you click on these little pictures, it tells you more about each feature in more detail. If you guys are interested in reading more about it. Churchill River. There we go, Churchill River. I can't even see. I guess it's this one right here. I guess that's the river. They don't look blue. I guess we're too far up. Fraser River in British Columbia. That's the longest river within British Columbia. Then we have the Mackenzie River. There we go.
Is there any specific
We're almost-
place you're supposed to locate the Mackenzie River? Because it seems on the map like they wrote it out in 2 different places because it's so long.
Here, let's see. Let's go back to it. Does it empty out into any other? It is pretty long. So it starts all the way up.
In the cartography book, they label it twice, I think.
Okay, yeah, it empties out into Great Slave Lake eventually. You see that? It kind of goes here and empties out into this lake. So it is pretty long. It says it's the longest river system in Canada.
Wait, Mr. Mia,
Yes.
for all these features, are we still learning them, or were we supposed to know them this week? Because I didn't necessarily go through the email perfectly because my mom thought that I meant everything that.
Okay.
You're supposed to know everything today.
Right, so this is week 3 of Canada, and you based on your guide, you had 3 weeks for Canada, but it's ongoing, right? So the suggestion that I give you is for your next territory, you focus on that, but you still spend some time reviewing Canada. Because by the end of the semester, we want to be able to connect all the parts of the world together. So you're going to need to try to continue to review, right? So if you don't know it, that's fine. You will know it in the coming weeks. Okay? So you'll just see what you remember today.
Are we gonna
Now,
do this open book, closed book thing all of the weeks, or only this week that you can look at it after 10 minutes?
I'm not sure yet. I might talk to your parents and see. For Blue Books, we probably will not have open book because we want to see how much you remember. While we are still learning the different territories, for our assessment for every Friday that is assessment day, we will do both open book and closed book. But for our Blue Books, know that we will not be doing open book.
What about for, but can we keep it closed the whole time if we want to?
Of course. Of course. Okay, Ottawa River. Look at all this green, all this beautiful green in Canada. They must have some really clean air.
Like America.
Like certain parts of America. I beg to differ for the air in New York City. Maybe even parts of Jersey with all those power plants. Okay, the Canadian Rockies. And we know that the Rockies also go into the United States, right? Look at them. Those are beautiful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shimia, I'm just gonna make a guess here, but I'm guessing right next to the Rockies is where everybody lives, on top of Montana, because that's where pretty much no trees are. And then everywhere else, people don't live.
That could be possible, but you have people that live in the mountains. So you do have a lot of people that live in the mountains too. They might not be in cities, but it's a lot of green in Canada. Then we have this Sault Ste. Marie. It's a town and it's is that a sea?
It's a lock. It's basically like a canal, and it goes like there's rapids, so it has like this thing where you can go past the rapids.
Okay. So they both have the same name, and I guess if you can just locate about where they are on the map, that would be fine. We have 2 more. St. Lawrence River. So if you read the account in Story of the World, there's a lot of info in there about St. Lawrence River when John Cabot came to explore Canada. I hear somebody singing the song. And then Vancouver Island. I think that's probably what I've heard the most about Canada for people that I know that have visited. I think this is a popular off the Pacific coast. I think a lot of skiing happens there. Okay, those are our features. And now I will take a look at your maps.
Okay, I'll go first. Please.
Yes, you may go first, Simon.
Yay. Okay. So I have my map in my. Never mind. I can't go first because my binder. Wait. No, I have my binder here. Okay. And one here. I have lots of stuff in my binder.
Okay.
Okay. Do you need to see all 3 of them or just one?
You have 3 maps?
Yes.
Okay, so what, you have a map of your territories, one of your capitals, and then one of your features?
No, all of them have them. So I'm only supposed to have one.
Okay, no, just show me your best one.
Okay, I guess.
Oh, very good, Simon.
But I'm not supposed to have 3. I'm supposed to just add on to my map.
No, you can have as many as you need, however many times you
But-
try.
But
Your best one.
but were you like, is it acceptable to just add on to the same one?
No, because I don't know that you'll really master drawing it if you just add on. You're gonna want
Well,
to.
then why was I not supposed to have 3 then?
No, you can have as many as you need, Simon. I just was trying to clarify. Okay. Thank you. You did a great job. Okay, who's next? Go ahead, William. Let's see. Okay, unmute so I can see you big. There you go.
1 sec, it's a little noisy right now. Can I go a little later?
Okay, I could just look at your map. It's okay with the noise. Okay, very good.
1 sec. 1 sec. Because I was just thinking that it might be cool to have one that I'd done from memory.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here I did in about 10 minutes from memory, but it's just territories and capitals.
Very good, very good, very good. Good job, William. Okay, who's next? So mute yourself and then unmute yourself for the next person so I can see you big and see your map well. Go ahead, Eden. Okay, say something so I can see you big.
This one I think I did from memory. Can you see
Okay,
it?
back it up a little bit. It's a little bit blurry. Okay, I can't see that one that well. I see Montreal really good.
Oh, this.
Okay, yeah, I can see that one better. Very good. So did you find that the lines helped you better to kind of know and pinpoint where places were?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried it with the lines too, and I think that worked out better for me too. Very good, Eden. Okay, who's next? Shiloh? Oh, wow, look at that. That's beautiful. Oh, you added the United States. I see you. Very good. How long did it take you to do that? About?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
Okay. Very good. Very good. Did you fold your paper as well?
No.
No? Okay. So they suggested that folding the paper helps us with kind of latitude and longitude lines to kind of get a better place for where we can mark out the territories and things. If you found it easier to do that, I would suggest continue doing that. Try it and see if you like it. It might help with accuracy. Very good. Who's next? Grant. Let's see what you got.
I did this one from memory.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead and how come you didn't get big on my screen? Say something again for me, Grant, please.
This took me like 15 minutes or so. Is that working?
Okay. No, I still have Shiloh big.
You can.
Shiloh, are you muted?
You can pin.
Pin a video.
Yeah, you can pin.
Oh, okay, there we go. I see it. Thank you guys for helping me with this thing. Okay. Oh, very good. Very good, Grant. Wow, you got a lot of stuff on there. You did that one from memory?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Very good. Okay, who's next? Go ahead, Kendall. Ooh, Kendall has color. Very pretty. Very, very good. And did you do the folds too? Did you do the folds too? No? Okay, very good. So how many of you, it looks like Kendall used a bigger piece of paper. Did you find it easier to use a bigger piece of paper, Kendall? Yeah, okay. For adding on the US, I think they recommend adding on a piece of paper so that you can get the border of Canada and add the US underneath of it. Okay, very good. Russell, are you ready?
I can't share mine.
Just ask.
May I just submit it to Google Classroom?
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tally?
And nobody has to see it but you.
Okay.
I did this one from memory.
Okay, let me pin you, Tally. There we go. Move it up a little bit for me, please. Up. There we go. And back it up just a tiny bit. Tiny bit more. Okay, perfect. Very good, Tally. How much time are you spending drawing per day? Yeah.
Me. About 30
Okay.
minutes.
Very good. Do you have music playing or anything?
Not really.
I asked that because my oldest, I don't understand it, but she has music playing while she does her work. For me, I think if I was reading, I would end up reading the same line over and over and over and over again if I have music playing in the background. But for her, it helps her focus more. So I was wondering if anybody else uses like music and draws while they have music on or anything.
I use audiobooks.
Okay, very good, very good. Did I get everybody?
And Legos.
And Legos while you're drawing?
No, I just have them around me. They're my focus
Oh.
things.
Okay, very good, whatever works.
Just
Okay,
weapons.
guys, so we are going to do our assessment now. Remember, no stress. You just do the best that you can. So you're gonna have 10 minutes, closed book, do the best that you can, and then we'll do 5 minutes open book, okay? So let me show you. See my message here? Don't panic. Don't panic. We just want to see how much you remember. Okay. 10-minute closed book, 5-minute open book. Okay, so you have a little bit of assistance. I have numbers here on the map. Do you see that?
Can we start? Can we start?
You may start. So do you see the numbers? I want you to, like, so if I ask you what is number 1, what is number 3, that you can help me identify what they are. So right now you're just doing the territories and capitals first. Ten minutes. Got about 5 more minutes. Close book.
Are we supposed to label it?
Yeah, Grant?
Are we supposed to label it too?
Yes,
Can we start in on features?
you may. No, they're taking a test.
Can I have some milk?
Yeah. All right, what are you doing?
It's presentation time.
Oh, but aren't you supposed to be listening to the presentation?
Are we supposed to go ahead and name the features too? Or is there a whole nother thing for that?
There is another thing, but you can start. It'll be on your same map. But I have it separate for you here, but it'll be on your same map.
I'm
You're
almost finished labeling the features.
okay. You guys have about 30 seconds. Okay, time. How'd you do? How'd you do? Did you remember most of it, all of it?
I didn't finish labeling yet.
Okay.
I haven't
Okay.
finished.
Was it okay? Is it at the very end of when you were saying time? I just was writing the last quick thing.
Yes. This right now is just a very informal assessment. It's really for you to see how well you remember the things that you've been studying for the last 3 weeks. So here's an idea of just the territories and capitals. You see them on your screen?
1 sec.
So see how you did and see where the capitals are. You just want a rough estimate as to kind of where they're located, if they're, what part of the territory they're located in. So I know you think probably Miss Jamia did this. Miss Jamia did not do this. As beautiful as it is, there's another mom who drew this amazing map, and I was just like, ooh, I'll be borrowing this for my students. Miss Jamia's map really doesn't look anything like this. But if you ask me the names of the territories and capitals, I can tell you them, and I can tell you about where they are. That's,
Mr. Mio,
yes, Simon.
I may or may not have finished everything.
Okay, that's fine.
I forgot to put in Ottawa.
I checked off everything on my list that I have, so.
Okay, how'd you do? How did everybody do? Thumbs up? Do you feel good about your accomplishments?
100 out of 100.
Okay, very good. So now go ahead and start putting in your features.
What do I do if I've already done it?
Well, you'll get like a little break.
Does this mean that we're not allowed to, does this mean that so I can't put in Ottawa because I forgot it before?
Remember, this is an informal assessment right now. We're going to do a formal assessment when you do your blue books. So every week we're going to build on to what we already know. So the next time,
Mr. Mia, that one at the top 29, it says I'm not required to do that one.
okay, 29 is, hold on.
Since it's an informal assessment, does that mean we can add on, then I can add Ottawa, which I forgot before?
Right, so just circle the ones that you have to add on that you don't yet know from memory. I want you to somehow note on your assessment that you still need to work on, okay?
Put a star next to it.
No, I'm just gonna circle it.
That's good too. But stars are shinier.
Circle. If we finished with the features that we need to do, can we go on to some features that were optional?
Sure.
Never mind, I got it.
Okay, very good. I'm gonna have to give you about 2 minutes for the feature so that we don't run into our research. I wanna make sure I leave time to hear all your presentations this week.
Oops. Mr. Mia, is it okay if I drew on the back of my little presentation thing?
What did it have to do with your presentation?
What? No,
Was it a
it's just this sheet doesn't matter because I have my presentation. I have my real thing in a book, but this is just like another copy that I'm going to
Oh,
use
okay.
for talking.
That's fine. Okay, 1 more minute, guys.
Wait, Mr. Mia, is there a required length for presentations?
There is not.
Okay, is there a maximum length?
There's
Under maybe 3 or 5, what do you say?
3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah, like try and keep it under your presentation.
Yeah, I know. I don't have like a particularly long one. I'm just saying.
Right. So remember, the goal of these is to practice your, what is that? Unit 8 from IEW, for you to practice researching things and then practice how to use your Unit 8 from IEW every week in a new topic. That's the goal. So in doing that, when we read, we may not have time to read everything. If you've done like your 3 to 5 paragraphs, you'd have to choose a paragraph. But if you've done at least 1 paragraph, we probably can definitely read that, and to practice your presentation skills. That's the goal of this strand.
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
I did 2 like really short paragraphs. Is that okay? Can I read it all?
Yeah, you should be able to.
It's basically the equivalent of 1 paragraph.
Okay. Perfect. I'm anxious to hear how you guys are coming along with your researching, putting all that 3 years into practice that you've been doing, IEW. Okay, so we're gonna look at our feature map now to see how you did. Again, this is the same mom, who is pretty amazing. And you see she even has the Great Lakes in here that she'll be doing for the United States. So you don't have to have these Great Lakes here. That's just for reference. It might be hard to draw this one without those lakes there, since they border it. How'd you do? How'd you do? There's a lot of little kind of details with the features, right? That might take a little more time. That's okay. You have all of these different waters that run into each other. And so trying to make sure we differentiate between them might take a little more time. That's okay.
Do you want us to show you your map, hold up our maps, or no?
Yeah, I'd love to see what you have. Let me, I gotta make you big. Are you guys good with me taking away this features map?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, I need to see you one at a time. Grant, can you go first for me, please?
May I be excused?
Can you show me your map first, Simon?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Let me see Grant's first. Go ahead, Grant, let me see your map. Okay, very good, very good. Good job. Okay, Simon, you're up.
It's hard to have some stuff in the way.
Okay,
Maybe
very
Legos,
good.
but there.
It's upside down. It was upside down.
It is? No.
Okay, back it up just a little bit. Okay, very good. So you're getting an idea of where things are, right?
Yep.
Okay, Towie. Oh, good job. Very good. Very, very good. Okay, Russell.
Wait, you want me to show you my map?
Yes.
Can I send it to Google Classroom?
It's just a quick assessment. I'm sure you did a wonderful job, Russell. I'm sure you did.
I'm not showing this junk. I'm not showing it. I'm horrible at writing. I'm horrible at writing. I'm horrible at drawing.
Remember Russell, can you have a seat so I can see your face, please? So remember what the goal is. The goal is not to be able to draw it perfectly. That's not the goal. The goal is that we have an idea of where these places are located. That's what I'm looking for, to see about where they're located.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Very good, Russell. Very good. So you have an idea where a lot of the territories and the capitals are located already. That's the goal, okay? The goal is not to draw a perfect map. Okay? That's not the goal at all. Just want to know about where these places are. Okay? Very good. Okay, who's next? Shiloh.
I didn't have a map, but that like wasn't labeled. But I did like have the numbers and everything, so like
Okay.
I numbered them.
That's good. That's good. Okay, very good. How did you do?
I think I did good for as much time as I had.
Okay, very good. Is that your room you're in with those beautiful lights behind you? Okay, I love that. That's so pretty. Okay, very good. Who am I missing? Kendall. Okay, get a little closer for me. Okay, it's a little blurry. There we go. You're getting in focus now. Okay, very good. Very good. Very good. So you guys had about the 10-minute time, and with the features 5, so 15 minutes of what you remember. How did you do? How do you feel about what you remember? Did you accomplish something great? Very good. Okay. Eden, where are you at, Eden? Did I see yours already? Okay, let me pin you so I can see you. Okay, very good. Yep, I'm right there with you with folding the paper, I tell you. Very good. Okay, guys, very good. All right, William, you're up. Very good. Okay, good job, good job. So, okay, so for this week, week 4, we're gonna now be working on the United States. We have 2 weeks for the US, 2 weeks. So for some of those weeks, for a few of those days, maybe 2 days for each week, I want you to also add Canada. So practice drawing the US, and then maybe the last 2 days of the week, Wednesday and Thursday, then try to add Canada too. Okay, so you're constantly working on the previous territory too. All right, you guys did awesome. I hope you are pleased with your assessment, because I am very much pleased. Yes, William?
Is this week just states and capitals?
I believe so.
And can
Well,
we,
you have your terms too, your geography terms.
can we include features if we want to?
You certainly can. It'd probably be good to refresh yourselves of the features, since we did that for memory work, right? If you remember them, go ahead and put them on the map too. The focus right now is the general idea of attaching it to Canada and where it would fall on a map. Okay, good job, guys. So we're going to we're going to go ahead to research now. So get your presentations out.
Mom, you have a presentation? Did I have that on mute?
Miss Jamia,
No.
are we allowed
Yes.
to, if we, can we use our book as reference while still trying to keep eye contact with your camera?
You can. Where's my research at? Research.
Can I go first?
Was that? Was that Simon?
Can I go first?
Who was that asking?
Simon.
Sure, Simon.
Yeah.
When it's time, I'll let you go first. Okay, so after this seminar, we'll have our lunch break, okay?
Wait, what is the seminar exactly?
Research.
And is
It's
it just
most-
presentations?
It is not just presentations. We'll also talk about what you'll be researching for this coming week, but it's mostly presentations.
Got it.
Okay, can you guys see that?
Yes.
So you'll need your brains.
Wait, though, I have a question.
I bet you'll need your Bible right now. Yeah.
I have a question. Is stuff that's not technically a rock count as geology?
Well, it depends on what it is. A lot of things fall into geology besides rocks. Fossils,
Okay,
caves,
that answered my question.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so presentation skills. Do you remember my fabulous example of a presentation last week?
Wait,
And all those
question.
mistakes that I made? Yes,
Miss
Simon.
Jamia, what about the
Yes.
surprise thing?
The first surprise was the Google Earth. Did you not like that?
I did.
Okay, that
You
was-
said there are more than one.
Yes. And I'll let you know as they come about.
Okay.
Right, I'm gonna mute you now, Simon, okay?
Okay.
All right. So remember my fabulous presentation in class last week and all of those mistakes that I made, right? Purposely, right? So that we can learn a better way to present our papers. So here's a reminder. Now you will be giving your classmates one glow and one grow. Okay, so remember, we want to encourage our classmates. And if we remember the devotional that we started with, we want to say words that are encouraging, right? So there is no thumbs down for anything, ever. There are areas that we need to grow in. And you will select one grow and one glow for each student. Okay, and then we will probably share one per presentation. So we're going to get in the habit of first assessing ourselves, right? So I'm going to ask you, I want you to be prepared. I'm going to ask you, what do you think you did well? And what do you think you need to grow in, that you need to work on and do better for next time? And I want you to note that in your brain so that next week, that'll be your focus. Okay, thumbs up? Yes, William.
Can you tell us the order ahead of time, like for presentations now, so we can make the list and we don't have to be writing who's going when.
I sure can. Okay, so we'll have Simon go first, and then Kendall, and then William, and then Eden, and then Tally, and then Shiloh.
Need to go last. I need to go last.
Okay, and then Grant. And then Russell.
That's the whole class, right?
You guys got that order?
No, I didn't.
Write it
I need you
down,
to
so I'm not-
redo.
Oh, I don't know what I said. What did I say? I know it was boy, girl, boy, girl. But Simon, you're first, so you don't have to remember.
Okay, I guess.
Did everyone else get it? Okay, because I don't remember. Tally, you didn't get it either? Can someone help us? No, who got it? Okay, William, can you read off the names again, please?
So it was Simon, then Kendall, then William, then Eden, then Towie, then Shiloh, then Grant, and then Razul.
Okay, thank you, William. So remember, one glow, one grow, and these are the things that we're looking at. So in terms of action, so it's virtual, so it'll be a little different. You are not required to stand. However, if you note in the encouragement that I gave you guys yesterday, I want you, if you decide to sit and present, I would like you to present like the news anchors do. When we watch the news and they're giving us eye contact and all of these things, I want you to practice that. Okay, if you choose to stand, just make sure that we can see your face. So adjust your camera so that we can see your face. And these are the things that we're looking at: eye contact, posture, movement, gestures, energy, and facial expression. Okay, and in terms of your actual speech, now what we hear, what you present to us, we're looking for these things: volume, enunciation, pacing, tone, enthusiasm, and word choices. So remember, word choices are like banned words. Remember our banned words list from IEW? So I shouldn't hear any banned words. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And write down one thing you learned from each person's presentation in your brain. We'll listen
you
to
see
a
me?
few. Okay, Simon, you're
Can you see me?
yes.
Okay. Fossils.
Okay, wait. Wait. Let me put you on presenter. Where are you?
Okay.
Simon. Okay, let me pin you. All right, you're up.
Stuck in the earth for millions of years, fossils are insanely intriguing objects. Fossils are the petrified remains of ancient animals or other living things preserved in rock. For something to become fossilized, it has to be covered soon after death. Over time, minerals seep into the object as the tissue slowly decays. The remains become fossilized. Sadly, it is unlikely for a soft-bodied creature such as a worm or an ant to ever be preserved as long as a fossil, except for an amber. Bones, teeth, and hard shells are the things most likely to be fossilized. Trace fossils include tunnels, footprints. Fossils are the history books of dinosaurs. Fossils are very old. The oldest fossils are bacteria imprinted in rock 3.5 billion years ago. The first animals to be fossilized are from 700 million years ago. Some of the largest deposits of fossils found are from the Cambrian period. Fossils survive better if they are made of bone. Tissue does not preserve as well. Fossils help tell the history of how the earth has changed.
Very good, Simon. Okay, what did you do well?
I'm not very good at critiquing myself, so if somebody just critique me for me.
No, remember I gave you a warning, right? That we're going to learn how to critique ourselves because that's how we grow and get better. So,
Okay, I was good at volume, I guess.
your volume was very good. And what do you think you need to work on?
Pacing, maybe.
Okay. I thought your pacing was good. Can I get one glow from your classmates? Shiloh.
What I wrote down was I think on your papers you have a lot of good information.
Very good. And William,
Is this for glow or grow?
one grow.
Well, I didn't know, so I kind of forgot that till after the paper. But it was very good, so I didn't really know, so I just wrote down speed. And then he had good eye contact, but I didn't know because he was looking up if he was looking at a screen instead of the camera or something.
Okay.
No, I have my paper right on top of this on top of the camera so I can read it.
Very good, Simon. Okay, who's next?
The life hack.
Who was second? Kendall. Okay, let me pin you, Kendall. Okay.
One sec, let me.
Geology is one of many fascinating things to learn about the moon. Most of the moon is made up of igneous rock, which is made when lava cools. It is often called basalt. Lunar rocks have very little water in them compared to Earth rocks. The moon does not have any tectonic plates, which means there are no earthquakes on the moon. The moon also does not have an iron core, meaning that its magnetic field is very weak. Under the surface of the moon are gargantuan lava tubes formed when lava was rushing through them during a volcano while the moon was forming. These tubes can be between 1,600 and 3,000 feet in diameter, large enough to fit a small sea inside. They would be perfect for a human colony because they protect from radiation and from asteroids that don't burn up in the moon's thin atmosphere. Geology, it's fascinating to learn about the geology of places outside of Earth, and someday I hope to live in one of the human colonies on the moon.
Okay, very good, Kendall. You went in and out a little from me. Did that happen for anyone else?
Yep. I think everyone.
I couldn't really find a grow much because
we couldn't really
I didn't know
if our speed was or intonation because it was just like
It says that your network is
it pauses for a second and then it talks and then it pauses for a second.
Okay. Okay.
So it's hard to find a grow.
Yeah, I could hear the
because we can't really tell if the computer's doing something or if it's Kendall doing something.
I did get a notice that my internet connection is low.
Okay.
It might be because Mom and Laz are also zooming upstairs for foundation.
Right. I imagine that. So maybe research will move to the afternoon for next week.
Yeah, that might be interesting.
And it could also be because are you in your basement? That could also be the problem.
Yeah, that could be the problem too. For me,
another problem might be that you might not be using your internet for anything else except for Zoom, so it might be a little bit faulty.
Is it a laptop?
Well, that I know of at least.
Is it a laptop?
Also, you're in your basement, aren't you?
Hold on. Simon, can everyone mute themselves, please? Thank you. So Kendall, from what we could see, your eye contact was phenomenal. Even with the delay, you didn't look down. And for the few times that you would go in and out, I could hear that your pacing also was very well. So we can still give you a grow because for what we could assess, you did a wonderful job. And your information too was very good. So I will try to move research in the afternoon to maybe kind of maximize your bandwidth so that everybody else is not on it, okay? But you did awesome. All right, who's number 3?
William.
I'm
Okay,
not
William.
sure if the bandwidth will be better in the afternoon because there's still essentials.
Okay. Or maybe we might try moving to a different part of the house too. Maybe both. But then your mom won't be on. So are they on 2 different devices or do you have 3 devices going or 2?
No, they're on 1,
Okay.
2.
Okay. So maybe also try moving around if you can. I know I've had to do that in my house too. I've had to move around to find where the best signal was for the connection. But if it's better for me to move it to the afternoon, I can. Okay, I can talk to your mom about that, okay?
So,
All right, William. Let me pin you first. Where are you? I don't see you. There you are. Okay. All right, William, you're up.
did you know that diamond is the hardest known mineral? Its leading suppliers out South Africa, where diamond-bearing gravel and kimberlite are found. Diamond is a native crystalline carbon formed at high temperature about 100 miles under the Earth's surface in the magma layer. Its extreme hardness ranks 10 on the Mohs scale. It is so, unsurprisingly, because it's so hard, it is used industriously as an abrasive powder. Thankfully, man has access to such a hard and useful mineral.
Very good, William. Okay, Glows. Actually, William, what do you think you did well? I can't hear you. I'm mute.
I don't know. Speed, I don't know, really.
Okay, so no, I don't knows. I don't knows are not permitted.
Volume.
Think about what do you think you did well?
Volume.
Yeah, your volume was great. What do you think you need to work on?
Eye contact.
I thought your eye contact was pretty good, actually. Okay, classmates. What did William do well? Callie?
He had good speed.
Okay, very good. And what did William need to work on? 1 grow. Shiloh.
I didn't really have a grow. I just thought you did really good. I guess, like, you could work on everything just to get better on everything.
I'm thinking that maybe it was a bit too short. Didn't really seem like 2 paragraphs, did it? Or was it only 1?
It was
Yeah, there is no limit on it. So the length is not something that we're assessing. Very good, William. The length is not something we're assessing. We're assessing right now the presentation. Okay, so what I want you all to think about is to not be scared to give a grow, because you're helping him by giving him a grow, something to focus on for for next time. I know that it can be a little uncomfortable, but the feedback is helpful for us all to grow in the way that we present, okay? So do you have something? Does anyone have something specific to share for William? For something that he can work on for next week, something specific?
Maybe facial expressions.
Okay, thank you, Towie. Okay, so one of our points that we looked at under action was facial expression. So if you need something to help you with, I had that list there so that you can look at, and maybe I will send a checklist for you guys to have that you can put in a sheet protector and you can check them off. Maybe that might be helpful, of things that you can see that they did well and things that they can do a little bit better for next time. Would that be helpful? Okay, good job, William. Okay, who's next? It should be a girl, right?
Eden.
Okay, thanks, William. Okay, Eden, let me pin you, hold on. All right,
What is an earthquake? An earthquake is when the ground shakes. This happens when the Earth's rocky outer shell shifts. A severe earthquake may release 10,000 times as much energy as the first atomic bomb. A minor one may feel only as if a truck is passing by. Tragically, some earthquakes knock over buildings and trap people inside. How can dogs help when an earthquake happens? In 2017, Mexico suffered from 3 major earthquakes. Many sniffer dogs and their handlers helped search for trapped survivors by climbing collapsed buildings. Also, some soldiers with their specially trained dogs came to help the rescue effort. Frida, a 10-year-old yellow Labrador retriever who is specially trained as a rescue dog, participated in the search for people trapped under the collapsed Rebsamen School on September 23, 2017 after an earthquake. Because of their amazing noses, dogs are extremely helpful when earthquakes strike.
very good, Eden. What do you think you did well, Eden?
Maybe tone?
Yeah, your tone was very good. And what do you think you need to grow in?
Eye contact?
I thought your eye contact was pretty good, but okay, I thought it was pretty good. All right, classmates. Let's give Eden a grow. What did she do well, Grant?
I think she did good with pacing.
Very good with pacing. Thank you. And what does she need to grow in? I can't see everybody's hands. Let me see. Simon?
Might just be me, but clearness.
What do you mean by clearness?
Like enunciating, I guess.
Okay.
It's probably my volume, I'm guessing. I don't know. I thought it was, yeah, it's my volume. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, I thought her volume and enunciation was pretty good, actually.
This is actually I know we're not in foundations, but I still kind of have a question about it.
Okay.
And that was, did they actually find any people?
I'm not sure the sources I used. They probably found some people. I don't know.
Probably found dead people at least.
Yeah, they probably found some dead people.
Okay. Oh.
Hopefully most of them were alive though.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Well, I'll give you a grow to work on for next week, Eden. I want you to work on your, what was it? I think it was your inflections. You know what that is? So it's kind of, I don't know that that was it kind of goes with tone. So being able to go up and down with your voice, I want you to try putting emphasis on some words, pulling back on some other words, and try that when you practice out loud.
Miss Jamia, do you think for the rest of the people?
Yes, William.
Do you think for the rest of the people, since I think it kind of gets to be a lot when you're trying to find 3 different things, especially in a short paper. So could we maybe like split up so half of us try and find a grow and half of us try and find a glow?
No, because the exercise is for you to be able to give critical feedback. And so remember, you're only looking for one of each, right? So I think you having the list next week and weeks down the line will help you be able to check off what you hear they're doing well, and to have a question mark next to things that you know that they need to work on. I think that'll help you to see it, right? So this week is just practice until we get the list next week. Thank you, Eden. Okay, who's next?
I am.
Okay, Towie, let me pin you. Let me find you first. Okay, there you go. All right, you're up.
As we all know, trees help us breathe, but how do they do it? Well, today you're gonna find out. Trees renew our air supply by absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. Trees take carbon dioxide that humans cannot breathe and use it as their source of food. It is sort of like a trade. We get fresh, breathable air, and they get food for the week. The average tree consumes about 48 pounds of carbon dioxide per year. You probably don't think that's that much, but it actually is. Being exposed to CO2 or carbon dioxide can cause tons of health problems such as headaches, dizziness, restlessness, tingling, pins, feeling needles, difficulty breathing, sweating, tiredness, increasing heart rate, elevated blood pressure, coma, asphyxia, and convulsions. Obviously, you do not want that to happen to you, but thankfully that is not a high-risk possibility. Thanks to our wonderful trees. But some people do not agree with me. They just want their paycheck. They do not realize what can happen to people if they do not have enough trees. Almost every year, 10 million trees are cut down due to deforestation. By the year 2095, scientists say there will only be around 20 billion trees left. Hopefully we can turn this around. We will not have to lose our beloved trees.
Very good. That's a lot of stuff that happens with that. Very good, Towie. What do you think you did well?
Inflection, maybe?
Yeah, I thought your inflection was well too. And what do you think you need to grow in?
Eye contact.
Okay. Where do you have it in your lap?
Yeah.
Or on a desk?
On my lap.
Okay. Okay. If you can try to put it like on, I don't know if there's something that you can just sit it up, that'll help you with your eye contact. Okay, a glow for Towie. Who has a glow for Towie? Okay, Russell, do you have a glow for Towie? I haven't heard you yet. Unmute.
Yeah, I just unmuted, and I'm actually a parent.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just kind of watching it right now.
Okay. I'm sorry, whose parent are you?
I'm actually the support for one of your students. I spoke to you on the phone.
Oh, okay, very good.
Yeah.
Yes, it's good to have you here. Okay, very good. Russell, do you have a glow to share with Towie?
Yes, her pacing. I think she had good pacing as far as she was speaking and taking her time to get the information across. She wasn't rushing.
Okay, this is a young man.
Sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry, but yes, I think the pacing was done very, very well. You were
Miss Stephanie,
thoughtful.
what are you doing here?
I'm spying.
Why are you here? I thought you only tutored me on.
Okay.
Okay.
You.
Well, because I'm interested, okay? It's all about making things easier or better, or, you know, she's a great teacher. So anyway,
Thank you.
yes, just the pacing was done very, very well. And one of the things when you're communicating, you want them to hear you, and you want to, and it helps you get your thoughts together, and it helps calm any nerves that you have. So I think that was done very well.
Okay, thank you. And one grow for Tally. Can I hear from one of your classmates? Shiloh?
I mean, it could just be my laptop, but like, I think it wasn't very, it was kind of hard to hear you. It wasn't very clear.
In the beginning, it got better towards in the beginning, it was a little spotty, but it got better towards the end. Thank you, Shiloh.
I didn't notice that so much, but maybe eye contact.
Okay, yeah, so he was right in line with you, right, Tally? Okay, so eye contact for next time. I know it's hard sitting down, right? It's a little different when you're sitting versus when you're standing, right? So that's why I try to give you the visual of like a news reporter, because you know that they have their stuff either on a teleprompter, right, on the screen, or sometimes if you notice, they have notes on the table. I don't know if you've ever noticed that before, but you doing your keyword outline tellback will help you practice looking down and looking up to be able to take it in and then present it to your audience. Okay. Good job, Tally. Okay, who's next? Was that Russell, last one?
Shiloh.
Mine? Okay,
Yes, I am.
Or Shiloh?
it's me.
Shiloh next, Russell, and then you're up, okay? Stand by, okay?
Wait, so is Grant not going? Because he was after Shiloh on the list.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have the list. So William, you're keeping me straight. So whoever is after Tally, who's next after Tally? Is that Shiloh? Okay. All right, let me pin you, Shiloh. Hold on. Where are you? I lost you. There you go.
Okay. Minerals. Rocks are a natural aggregate formed of one or more types of minerals. There can also be forms of other rock made with only one type of mineral, like quartz or marble. Only 8 elements form about 99% of our Earth's crust, and a lot of the 99% is made of minerals. Igneous rocks are also a large amount of rocky interior around the world. There are so many different kinds of minerals and so many different colors, but topaz is one mineral that November apparently claimed. It is a gemstone that was very commonly mistaken for other yellow gemstones. Topaz can be in a variety of many colors, but yellow is one of the most commonly found. Blue topaz was one of the hardest to find, but it was also one of the most beautiful. If it was cut perfectly, blue topaz suited jewelry perfectly. Topaz is not only breathtaking, but is extremely durable. Brazil is one of its main producers, but it can also be found in Australia, Mexico, Pakistan, and even the US. Minerals are a beautiful part of nature and can be very underestimated. But thanks to minerals, we are healthy and living today.
Very good. Where you think you did well?
Maybe it's hard to think of something that you think you did well. You don't want to brag about it.
You're not bragging about it. Just one thing you did well.
I guess I think at least I had good, I guess, like enthusiasm or something like that.
Yes. Very good. I would say so. I agree with you. And what do you think you need to work on?
Maybe my eye contact.
Okay. Is your paper also down on your desk?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I know
Tally,
it's tricky. It's tricky when you're sitting.
Tally, is like a picture of a Roblox person your like what do you call it, like screensaver thing?
I don't know. It used to be Chengi's computer.
And that's relevant because
Yeah. Okay, Simon, we got to keep it on topic. We want to finish before lunch, okay? Okay, can we get a glow for Shiloh?
It was nice information.
Yeah, it was very good information. Every time I think about minerals, I think about when we broke the rocks open for foundations. Remember, then we looked inside the rocks. I just thought that was the prettiest thing ever. Okay, very good.
I
And
thought her tone was good.
very good. Yes, I thought our tone was good too. And how about one grow for Charlotte to work on for next week? Kendall?
Pretty much just eye contact.
Right, eye contact. It's tricky. You guys might want to practice sitting in front of like a mirror or something so that you can see yourself looking up. Just think news reporter. Okay, very good. So who's next, William?
Grant.
Grant. Okay, Grant, let me pin you. Hold on. All right, you're up.
Okay. Have you ever been in a cavern, which is a very large cave? As you stroll through it, you will discover formations hanging from the ceiling or rising from the ground, which are formed from deposition of minerals. As rainwater passes through air and soil, it mixes with carbon dioxide gas, which causes the water to become acidic. When the acidic water seeps through cracks between the rocks in a cave, which is made of limestone, the acid eats away and dissolves the limestone into the water. As the water drips, it evaporates due to the air temperature, leaving behind calcium carbonate, creating thin, hollowed tubes that hang from the ceiling that are called soda straws. When the center of the soda straw becomes plugged, the water droplets drip down the side instead of the middle, and fashioning a thicker icicle shape called a stalactite. When the water drips to the floor and evaporates, a spike-like structure is formed on the ground, which is called a stalagmite. When the two meet together, it is called a column. Multiple factors affect the growth of stalactites and stalagmites, but two of the most important ones are the outside temperature and the amount of rainfall. Over time, larger structures form, which are beautiful to behold.
Very good, Grant. Did you enjoy that presentation?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes, no, maybe so. Okay, very good. What do you think you did well?
I think I did good with maybe enunciation and enthusiasm.
Yes, very good. I agree. And what do you think you need to work on?
Maybe like pacing and like following like along.
Okay, I thought you did pretty good. Okay, classmates, what did Grant do well? One glow.
You did go with eye contact.
Very good. I thought so too. And what is something for Grant to work on for next week?
I actually thought eye contact, because he was sometimes looking at his paper, which looked to be on the side.
Okay, thank you, William. Yeah, and it's tricky. We'll get it. It just takes more practice, right? Practice practice sitting and practice standing. It's tricky, I know. You guys are doing great though. All right, thanks, Grant. You did awesome. Okay, so is that Russell we have last? You ready?
Yes.
All right,
Tell me
you're up.
when. Okay. Researchers have discovered sheets of ice below the surface in 8 different sites. These 8 sites were discovered in eroding slopes as steep as 55 degrees. Scientists from HRI's or High Resolution Imaging Science Experiment worked with NASA researchers to study the scrap sites. Scientists have concluded that the ice formations from snow deposits many years ago, so that this valuable information is being used to learn about the climate history of the red planet. Additionally, researchers believe that the ice sheets will provide water for future explorers.
Okay, very good, Russell. Can you move closer into the camera for me so I can see all your face? There we go. What do you think you did well?
I don't know.
I want you to think of one thing that you did well.
I can't think of one thing. I don't really know. It was kind of off, the whole thing. So I think I got the words right.
Okay, very good. Very good. And what is one thing you think you need to work on for next time?
Need to flip faster.
Okay.
Stop
Can I
stuttering.
get? Okay, I don't know that you stuttered, but one thing I will have you work on is I need you to turn completely into camera for me because you're kind of angled. So can you turn completely straight into camera?
What do you mean?
I think you have to move your chair over. You're kind of angled. So you might be sitting to the side of your camera. There you go. Yes, that's much better. And then when you present, I want you to make sure that you can see your full face in the camera so that we can hear you better, okay? Because you were in and out in terms of volume, and I think it's just because you weren't sitting close enough to your camera. Okay, so can we get a grow for Rasul?
Volume, maybe?
Okay.
Good information.
Yes, very good information. Okay, you guys did awesome. So I will have the list for you for next week so that we can kind of look and see and grow in the areas that we need to work on and strengthen the ones that are already strong. Okay. And so very quickly, because it's lunchtime in 2 minutes, let me show you what you're working on for next week. Okay, can you guys see this picture? Can you see this picture? Okay, plants. So we don't have time to go through our questions about plants, but you will be working with plants this week. And I have a little something, if you're up for it, that I'll put in the classroom. It's how plants, the role that plants play in the ecosystem. It's a pretty cool video on these Brazilian monkeys that you just have to watch it. Like, it has to do with plants and their role in the ecosystem. And that could be one of your topics. Plants is a very general topic, right? So think of some questions that you can ask. What's a question I can ask about plants?
What eats?
William?
What eats?
Okay. What eats plants? And if we were to compare them in our different seminars, did you know that plant comes from a Latin word? Comes from a Latin word, planta, plante. What declension is that?
First.
First declension, very good. And so if I were to talk about plants as it pertains to cartography, geography, what questions would I ask?
Where do plants grow, and where
William?
are they, and where do they thrive best?
What kind of plants?
And like, are they invasive or whatever?
Very good, very good. So you see how, remember how last week we did a chart and compared rocks to all types of things, right? So you can compare plants in terms of each seminar, ask yourself questions that you can research and present to us next week. So your topic for next week's research is plants. And we'll be looking for, here was a topic, Will, if we would have had time that we would have done. And here are some questions to consider in each, if we were to look at plants in each seminar. For literature, that might be an interesting one. How important were trees and forests in Narnia? That has everything to do with plants, right? Okay, so it's lunchtime, guys.
When should we be back?
You should be back by 12:35.
Okay, thank you.
Do we stay on this call?
Yeah, just shut your camera off.
Mr. Mia.
And I'll see you back at 12:35.
Should I play Jeopardy?
Say it again, Tally.
Didn't you say we get to pick the subjects we do?
Yes, for the afternoon. What do you want to do next?
We should choose when everybody's back.
Okay. So when we come back, have in your thoughts what you want to do for the next seminar. Just remember that Latin is going to be the full hour.
Can you maybe stop sharing your screen so I can play Jeopardy?
Yeah. That's a good idea.
And while I find one that loops, because then I don't have to be here the whole time.
Thank you, William. That's a real song. Everything.
It's a real song.
Okay. It makes me smile listening to it.
That did not seem like the actual song. That seemed like
it was part of the movie, because in the part of the movie they were doing like this building thing that I remember. I think they probably did that.
I know.
But yes, do more music. Do it.
No, we have to start, but
I'm gonna do it now. What movie is that from?
The Lego movie.
Oh, do I remember that? I think I saw the Lego movie.
That was not actually the music I was looking for, because I was looking for the music, anything that like what in Echo Dot or something would play. I don't know.
Okay. Good.
Interruptions to talk.
Okay. Do we have I don't see Russell back. Okay, is Tally back? I don't see Tally back either. There's Russell. Oh, there's Tally. Okay, so we have 3 seminars left, and we were going to, what's your name on? Oh, Juan. We have 3 left, so we have Latin, literature, and reasoning. I like to say reasoning for last, but you can pick from those 3. What do you want to do next?
Latin.
Latin.
No, I hate Latin.
Exactly.
Literature.
Get over it.
That's why I have to do
yeah,
it.
I agree with that, Latin.
Literature.
Latin.
Okay, let me see everybody. See everybody. Do I have everybody on my screen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. I'm missing somebody, right? It's 8 students, it's 9 students.
William.
I see William. Who am I missing? Is it 8 students?
What, Simon?
Yeah. Oh, I was just wondering where you found all that music.
Who wants to do Latin next? Remember, we're doing the full hour for Latin.
We're
Okay,
doing the what for Latin?
We're doing a full hour for Latin.
No.
Okay, I think that's majority rules there. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Was that 4? Raise your hands again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, that's
You can guess
majority
what
rule.
this
6.
is. You can guess what this is.
It is. Everybody mute. Simon, mute yourself, please.
Okay. I'm
Can I
sorry.
go to the bathroom?
I
real
have that song in my brain now. That's one of those songs, William, that just kind of stays with you. Okay, Latin, here we go.
Can I go to the bathroom really quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Same.
You guys are going to the bathroom now. You know you're supposed to take care of that. Okay, I'm gonna get started, so you might miss a little bit of review in the beginning. All right, Russell, did you have a question? Or did he say he was going to? You guys decide to go to the bathroom when we come back? You know that's crazy. Okay. So, was Latin hard this week? Give me a thumbs up if it was hard. Okay, so. Okay, very good. All right, so we're gonna review. So vocabulary gives us 2 forms, right? Nominative singular and genitive singular. First declension nouns have a nominative singular and genitive singular ending of A and AE. The Latin nouns wear different endings depending on their role in the sentence. Okay, what do you see? I thought this little boy was so cute with his little sunglasses on. Had to put him in this little thing. What do you see here?
Clothes.
People.
Okay. People, clothes. So, do these pictures belong to a group? Would you say?
Yes.
What group would that be, Russell?
Fashion.
Fashion, okay. Would you say that they can be divided into different groups?
Yes.
Fashionable and not fashionable.
Okay, fashionable and not fashionable. Any other groups?
The color scheme.
Color scheme. Okay.
Clothes and kids' clothes and adult clothes.
Okay. We have 2 kids on there. Okay, very good. So would you say that you can wear all of these things to any place?
I can't wear a wedding dress to church.
Yes, we don't want to see you in a wedding dress ever. Would you say that some of these clothes are appropriate for different times? Yes? Can it be sorted? Can you sort them?
Pants and clothes and underpants and socks and shoes and sunglasses.
Okay. Any other kind of sort categories?
Fancy and casual.
Okay, fancy. Fancy and casual. Okay. So this was an exercise, right? These all belong to the main category would be clothes, right? And then we can probably sort them into different categories. And the idea of this is just like our noun endings for second declension, right? It belongs under second declension, but then we have different categories within second declension that we'll look at in a moment. So if I have my main category as clothes, these could be sorted into one category of, I think it was Shiloh that said fancy or formal. And we don't want to see William in a wedding dress.
Girls and boys, I guess.
Well, I don't know if it could necessarily be girls and boys because both
There
girls.
would only be one in girls, I guess.
Right, right.
Actually, maybe two because of the spandex suit, but still. What's that? What's that little kid? What's that little like old timey little kid doing?
So
That's what the old timey little dude.
Which one?
The little old timey guy,
This-
that epic person.
This person right here?
Hmm.
What makes him old timey?
Because he literally has suspenders, a brownish, supposed to be white cotton shirt, and a top hat. I don't think you'll see anybody walking around in that nowadays.
He might be Southern. I don't know. I don't know how much in Northern people dress like that. Maybe in the 1930s.
Okay, I probably would not say that. I think I've seen people dressed like this before. And it could be just the area that he lives in where it could be common for him to wear. Top hats, people still wear, maybe not in your area, but
Top hats are cool.
are something that people do still wear. And these are actually overalls, and overalls have come back into style. Actually, Sanaya was wearing overalls today to Challenge 4. So overalls have kind of always been in style as far as I remember when they first came on the scene back in this, I feel like it was the 70s they came on the scene, but they've always been in style in all the different decades. So when we categorize clothes, this is how we could do it here. And I'm sure you have some other categories, but this is to help us understand second declension. Okay, so let's practice a little bit. Which of these vocabulary words would belong to first declension? Let's sort them. Eden, give me the first one.
Gloria, Glorii.
Okay, good. And what is the gender?
Feminine.
Feminine, very good. Okay, next. Grant.
Gallia, Gallii.
Is there one before that?
Eden actually pick the second one to the top and not the first one to the top?
Yeah, she picked the second one. So is there one before Gallia, Gallii, Grant? Yes, very good. And the gender is?
Feminine.
Okay, very good. Next one, Kendall.
Provincia, provinciae.
Very good. What's the gender?
Feminine.
Okay, next one. William.
Amachius, Amachii, it's the second person, masculine.
Okay, we're only looking for first declension right now. First declension. nouns.
The Gallier, Gallii, Gaul,
Very good. And that is what gender?
feminine.
Very good. Okay. Who hasn't answered one? Shiloh.
Porte, porta, porte, or portai.
Okay. Very good. And what's the gender?
Feminine.
Very good. Okay, Towie.
Tara, Terai,
What's the gender?
feminine.
Very good. Simon. Here's my phone. The next first declension vocab word. Simon? I can't hear you. Unmute yourself.
Provincia, provinciae.
Okay, we're over here on the left side.
Oh, sorry.
What's the next one?
I didn't hear the last one.
You should see what we've chosen so far on first declension on your right.
Oh, okay.
And we're picking from this list on the left.
Ooh, one sec, it's kind of messing up. Okay. Nata, natai.
Okay, is there one before that?
Let me see. Roma, romai.
Very good. And what is the gender?
Feminine.
Very good. Okay, where's Russell? He got kicked out. Okay, who wants to take the last one? Grant.
Nata, natai.
Okay, what's the gender?
Masculine.
Very good. All right, so here's what we have left, right? These are the words we have left. And so what do you notice that's similar about the words on the left? Shiloh.
They're all Latin.
They're all second declension, either masculine or neuter.
Okay, how do we know that they're second declension?
Because when you look at the, well, I look at the nominative, but you can also look at the genitive. I look at the nominative and I see us, meaning at the end of it, the root to show, I don't know. Yeah, the root shows if it's us, it shows that it's masculine, and then like bell shows that it's neuter.
Okay, very good. But what do we look at to know that it's second declension? William?
Do you look at the genitive?
Right, the genitive singular. So whenever we're given a vocab word, we're given the nominative singular and genitive singular. And it's the genitive declension. The word after that, right? Based on the declension that it belongs to. Very good. Okay, so I think William helped us, but what differences do we see from the words now? Shiloh.
One is first declension, one is second declension.
So on the words on the left, for what's left, the ones that we haven't sorted yet, what differences do we see?
Masculine and neuter.
How do we know that? Kendall?
Because of the nominative endings.
Right, what are they?
Us or
Very good. And I have a mistake in here. Can someone see it and point it out to me? Anyone notice the mistake? William?
In Imperia, there should be a macron over the I.
Okay, I don't have any macrons in any of my eyes, but that's not the mistake I'm referring to. Anyone see my mistake in another vocab word? Kendall? Kendall?
Is it the opidium?
Yeah, what should the genitive? What should the genitive singular be? I think you said it. Yes. So I put the genitive singular of nothing. That's not the genitive singular of anything. So that should be an I. So let me fix that. Okay. Okay, so now if we were to sort these, we said that the difference is that some end in US, some end in UM for the nominative singular, right? So if we were to sort them, we have all of our US's on one side, and we have all of our UM's on one side, but they all have the same ending for the genitive singular, which tells us that it's second declension, right? So just like we sorted our clothes, they all belong to the same clothes category. We had formal and casual. It's the same with second declension so that you can kind of see how that looks sorted. So we have our second declension and our nominative singular that ends in US. What gender is that? Grant. What gender are the nominative singular that ends in US?
Masculine.
Yes, very good, masculine. And what gender is the nominative singular that ends in UM? William?
Neuter.
Neuter, very good. So that's what we want to look for all the time, because when we get to third declension, it gets even trickier. So you want to start to notice these differences. We want to start to, so that when we are translating, we know how to translate from which declension, okay? All right, so we're going to practice now. I want you to give me whether it's masculine or neuter, okay? Sir, what, sir, we?
Are we supposed to just call these out?
Yeah, I just want you to call it out and tell me, is it masculine or is it neuter?
Masculine.
Masculine.
How do I know?
Masculine.
How do I know?
Because of the us, which show
Right. Very good. Okay, let's try this one. Christianus, Christiani, or masculine.
Masculine.
Very good. Okay, Eden, how about this one?
Neuter.
Very good. How do I know?
Because of the
Very good. Russell, you want to try this one? Premium. Is that masculine or neuter?
Neuter.
Very good. It's neuter. How do we know?
The endings.
That's right, the UM ending in the nominative singular. Very good. Kus and Miki.
Masculine.
Tally.
Masculine.
Yes, very good. How do we know?
This is the nominative ending.
Right, what is that nominative ending?
Us.
Right, us. Okay, Deus, Dei.
Masculine.
Yes, very good, Russell, masculine. Okay, Christos, Christy, Shiloh.
Masculine.
Very good. Regnum, Regni, Regni.
Neuter.
Forgive my pronunciation. Very good, Eden.
Neuter.
Very good. You guys are on it. Okay, very good. You guys are on it. Yay. Okay, so we're introduced to some new things this week, right? So they're new, but they're not new for us in English. So let's review what we know in English first. Okay, indirect objects. They must have a direct object in order to have an indirect object, right? We remember that from Essentials? Okay, very good. So I want you to tell me in these sentences, which word is the indirect object, okay? Dad gave a new computer to me. Which word is the indirect object?
Me.
Me.
Very good, me. Me is the indirect object. The question that we're answering is Dad gave computer to whom, right? Me answers that question. So me would be our indirect object. How about this one? Christians gave glory to God.
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 Very good.
Is the indirect object always after the direct object, or can it be either way?
We're going to see another example where it can come in another place, but it doesn't always have to fall after the direct object. Remember, if we ask the questions for our indirect object, we should be able to find where it's located in the sentence. So yes, God is the indirect object in this version. And so Christians gave God glory. What's the indirect object of that one?
God.
Right, it's still God. So do you see the difference there? I think that answers your question, right, William? Okay, so remember what you know about indirect objects, because now for indirect objects in Latin, okay? All right, Latin indirect objects. So in Latin, indirect objects are always put in the dative case. The dative case. So this was our example, and it was written two ways, right? Christians gave glory to God, or Christians gave God glory. And in Latin, you'll see it written either way. So if you notice in English, usually when we have to God, right? We usually wouldn't include the to as the indirect object, right? But when you do the translation for Latin, remember your indirect object can be to or for, whatever the noun is. Okay, so when you translate, just know that you're translating it that way. So if we were to question firm this sentence, we locate our verb first, right? Gave. Who or what gave? What's the answer to that?
Christians.
Christians, very good. So Christians would be our
Noun.
Yes, we're looking at all the nouns, but what would, right,
It
our,
would be subject noun.
right, it'd be our subject. So now what is being said about Christians?
Free. Gave.
Gave, very good. So that would be our verb. Let's finish our question confirmation. Christians gave what?
Glory.
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 Can glory rename or describe Christians?
No.
No. So we would label that direct object,
Not in
and
this.
we would label our verb. What kind of verb?
VT, verb transitive.
Right. Transitive. Very good. And so Christians gave glory to whom or for whom?
To God.
To God.
And so God would be our indirect object. So here we have in English, our subject is Christians, our verb is gave, direct object is glory, and God is our indirect object. So now let's look and see what that looks like in Latin. For our Latin, we know that the subject is going to be nominative and the noun is a plural noun. So it would be Christianae, forgive my pronunciation, with that I ending for plural, right? Then our verb would be our third person plural verb because Christians is in third person. So it would be dederunt with the NT being the third ending. Our direct object for first declension would be right? The accusative case. And then our indirect object would be our dative singular, which would be the O ending. And so here's what it looks like the complete. Yes, William.
With the verb, never mind. That's
Okay.
But yeah.
So here's what it would look like in Latin. Remember, our verbs are always at the end. Yes, Grant.
So this week, how we learned about indirect objects,
Mm-hmm.
in exercise 20, sentence 2, the sentence was, he gave a sword to the friend, but not to the slave. What is slave in that sentence? Is it an indirect object or is it the object for the preposition?
Okay, hold on. Exercise 20. Let me look that up. Where's my book? Oh, here it is. Exercise 20. Okay, what number is that, Grant?
Sentence 2.
Sentence 2. And you're asking about which word?
The slave, to the slave.
Okay, at the end. Okay, so let's go ahead and question confirm that. Did you question confirm the sentence?
Yeah.
Okay, so he gave a sword to the friend, but not to the slave. So first we locate our verb, gave. Let me get a pencil here. My kids came and stole my pencil. I had a pencil right here. Gel pens. Okay. Locate our verb, gave. So who or what gave? He. We label that subject pronoun. Okay, what is being said about he? Gave. We label that verb. He gave what? Sword.
A sword.
Can sword replace or describe he? No.
No.
So we label that direct object and our verb is transitive. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
To the friend, what is that? What is to there?
That's the
It
indirect
looks like it could be a prepositional phrase.
prepositional
Right.
phrase, but
So we have
haven't
to
learned
ask-
about the preposition.
So
Right. He gave a sword to whom or for whom? He gave sword to whom or for whom?
The friend.
Right.
The
But
friend.
There's another one. Isn't there another one?
Yeah, that's
Slave.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
but it says he not to the slave.
right. So what is not in Latin? And what is it in English?
It's an adverb.
Right. So it's an adverb. But here you're going to have a compound. What do conjunctions do?
They connect phrases.
Right. Connect words, phrases, and thoughts together, right? So slave and friend answered that question. He gave a sword to a friend, but not to the slave, right? So the not is just an adverb describing what he didn't do with giving, right? But slave, let's look at the answer key. Did you look at the answer key to see what it was?
yeah, they treated it as an indirect object.
Okay, yeah, I would have treated it as indirect, compound indirect object. And I think,
I think it was just confusing. I think it was just confusing because of the not.
right. And so with Latin and that not, it's not always in the same place as it is for us for English. But the conjunction but helps us to see that it's connecting two things of the same together. So if we were to remove that not, if you just removed it, then the sentence would answer, the question would answer, he gave the sword to the friend and to the slave, if you remove the not.
But it's actually but, so it'd be a little confusing.
Does that make sense?
Well, if you remove the not, then
Well, but
confusing because then I would say he gave a sword to the friend. And
but is a conjunction, so it's acting. Right, but it really still answers a question, but in terms of the way that we look at the structure of the sentence, for me, I don't know for anyone else, if sometimes I'll replace a word to see if it would answer the question in the same way. So if I replace that but with an and remove the not, in terms of to figure out the role of the noun, it would answer the same question, right? Conjunctions connect words, phrases, and clauses together. The not just tells us that he didn't give it to him, but it's still answering the question, to whom, right? So to one and not to another, if we were to do like our thing here, Christians gave glory to God, but not to Christ. God and Christ would be our indirect objects still. I'll try to find a better way to explain it, but that's how I make sense of it in my mind if I were to replace the but with an and, because conjunctions serve the same purpose. And it's not another complete thought, right? It's a phrase. So it looks like it's a double indirect object. Does that make sense to anybody else? Did anyone else get that right? Did you have, okay, good job, Tally. William, how did you guys treat it? What question, how did you go through your question confirmation to figure out?
probably didn't get it right. I was saying that it makes sense, but I probably didn't get it.
Okay,
I also didn't get it right. I was saying it makes sense.
okay, Tally. Oh, okay. Okay. How about you, Eden? Are you saying the same thing, that it made sense? Or did you get it right? Unmute. You're still muted. Unmute.
I think it made some sense. I'm
There you
gonna
go.
check my book to see if I got it right.
Okay, perfect. So it's tricky with the not, I know, but try to see if you were to replace it with another conjunction to see if it still would answer the same question in our question confirmation, and then you'll probably be able to figure out what role it's playing, okay? I'll see if I can explain that a little bit better in the wrap up. But I hope that answered your question, Grant. Okay. Now, prepositions. So prepositions in English, remember you guys memorized that whole long list to one of my favorite songs. I love the preposition song. And so you are ahead of the game memorizing all of those prepositions. So I want you to tell me what the preposition is in these English sentences, okay? Paul sat on the recliner.
On.
What's the preposition?
On.
On, very good. And what's the object of the preposition?
Recliner.
Very good, recliner.
Recliner.
Right, so what's this one?
Over.
John climbed the recliner.
Over.
Over, and what's the object?
Recliner.
Very good. Over the recliner. How about this one? Sue stood near the recliner.
Near. Near.
Near.
Near it. And the object is
Recliner.
Recliner.
recliner. Very good. So prepositions always, always, always have objects. If you do not see an object there, then it is no longer a preposition. It becomes an adverb. And here's an example of what that looks like. We all went aboard the cruise ship. So you see that aboard is our preposition and ship is our object of the preposition. But if I were to take away the cruise ship and I just said we all went aboard, now that becomes an adverb, right? Describing what?
How we went.
What is it describing?
Where we went.
Right, right, very good. So it's describing when, and there's no object. So you got to remember that for Latin translation, okay? Okay, so in Latin, the ablative case works with cum and in, and we're going to look at that more closely. So prepositions don't change forms like our nouns do, but they do govern a case. So what do I mean by governing a case? Does anyone know? No takers? What does govern a case mean?
Sort of like they're the boss, kind of, maybe.
Right. So when we think of government, right, it's like authority, right? Thank you, Eden. So yes, so there's certain cases that go with certain prepositions. And so for cum and in, that case is ablative. Cum means with, and in means in. How easy is that one, right? That's just, they gave that one to us, so that's awesome. And they always use the ablative case for their object of the preposition. So let's look at some examples. So if I had with friends, right? With is cum, and friends is what declension is friends? Who remembers? What declension is friends?
Second declension.
Yes, second declension. Very good. So I'm going to need to look at my ablative case and use that ending, which is is, is. So cum amicis would be with friends. There's our preposition, there's the object of our preposition, and here's the same with the Latin. Okay, so now I want you guys to try.
Mommy!
Okay, if I had with God, how would I write that in Latin? how would I write with God in Latin?
Would it be like cum deus?
Just so you know, I'm still here.
Okay, Simon, can you turn your camera on, please? And Rasul? Okay, what did
didn't
you
know it
say
was
for me,
off.
William?
I didn't know it was off.
Would the answer be cum deus?
Deus.
Deus.
Okay,
Cum Deo.
let's make sure. So what declension is God?
It's cum dea.
Cum Deo.
Deo, right. The ablative singular case would be, the ending would be O. So there you go, cum Deo. Very good. Okay, one more. In the province, what would that be?
Cum provinciae.
So the English is in the province. Grant, go ahead and try.
I think it would be cum
What declension is province?
provinces.
Remember, this is in. With cum and in, we use the ablative case.
First declension.
Right, first declension. So how would I say that in Latin?
In provincia.
Very good. In provincia. So we have our ablative ending there of a.
I think it would be I because there's a macron.
You guys got that? You clear?
I think it would be provinciae because there's a macron over the A in the ablative singular.
Okay. I don't always have the macrons, just to let you know, because it's a lot to put it in when I'm typing, but the letters are correct. So we know that our ablative singular ending would be an A with the macron over. When I remember, I put it in, but we want the letters to make sure that it's correct. And I know that my pronunciation is not always correct either, because there's two. There's the classical pronunciation, which is what I think we're doing. And then there's the other one, which I think they call the traditional, where the A is pronounced A, not, I can't remember. I watched a video about the pronunciations, and now I think I'm conflating them, but the pronunciations are different. All right, so now in Latin for the accusative case, propter and post. With these two, we would use the accusative case, which, what is the English equivalent of the accusative case? Who remembers? What is that?
The accusative, the direct object, a direct object.
Good, it's a direct object. So instead of using the object of the preposition case, you would use the direct object case for these two prepositions. So I like to say P and P, pack. That helped me to remember. PAC helps me to remember the match. Okay. So again, remember, prepositions don't change forms, but they govern a case. And Eden helped us understand that it just means like there's authority over a case. With cum and in, they use the ablative case. And with propter and post, they use the accusative case. So for me, PAC, P-A-C, helps me to remember. Okay, propter means on account of. So if you remember all those wonderful prepositions that you memorized for foundations, and you started memorizing.
Wait, what does propter and post mean?
Propter is on the screen. Propter means account of, and we'll get to post in a minute. And then post means after and behind.
Okay.
And these two use the accusative
Mr. Mia, you mind if I use the bathroom?
Sure, that's fine, Russell.
Mind if I use
Go ahead and mute. Go ahead, you can. All right. So, on account of friends, Proctor, amikum. So you see here, we use the accusative case for the second declension neuter, right? We would use the for our ending. There's the preposition and there's the object of the preposition. And the same for our Latin. Okay, so now I want you guys to try. You ready? So on account of God, how would we write that one?
Propter Deum.
First, we have to determine what declension is God. Right. So God would be second declension. Very good. And then on account of is propter. Right. And is the accusative case for propter preposition. Very good. How about this one? Behind the province.
Post provinciam.
Very good, Grant. Post provinciam. For first declension is our accusative case for direct object. Very good. Okay, you guys clear on that? Yes, thumbs up? Okay. All right, so before we move on to our predicate nominative, I want to ask you some questions that we have to reinforce with every lesson. All right, what four things do Latin nouns have? What four things do Latin nouns have? What's one thing? Can someone name one thing?
A stem and a root.
Okay, all Latin words have stems and roots, so those aren't the four things we're looking for. This was one of your rules. All nouns have these four things. D, G, and C. Case. Very good. Case.
Gender, number, declension.
Gender, number. Very good. So case, gender, number, declension. All four, those are the things that Latin nouns have. Declension, gender, number, case. Okay, very good. Next one. How many Latin genders are there?
Three.
Masculine.
Yes, three. What are they?
Masculine, feminine, neuter.
Very good. So it's the same three that we have, right? Okay. How many Latin numbers?
Two.
Two. What are they? What are they?
Singular and plural.
Very good. The same numbers we have for English, right? Okay. How many Latin noun cases?
5.
5. It's really more than 5, but we're focused on 5. What are they?
First declension, second declension, third declension, fourth declension, fifth declension.
No, the noun cases.
Nominative.
Genitive,
Dative.
dative, ablative, and accusative.
Very good. And so there's two that you'll notice in your Latin workspace that right now have been grayed out. You don't learn those until next year. So it's really 7, but we're focused on 5. Okay, very good. Okay, how many Latin declensions are there? Oh, that's not good English. Are there?
5.
5. Is that your answer, Shiloh? 5? Yes, 5. What are they? What are they called? This is the hardest question out of all of them.
First declension,
Sure.
second declension, third declension, fourth declension, fifth.
Very good, very good. Okay. So how can we tell which declension a noun belongs to?
Genitive singular ending.
Very good. The genitive singular ending. How do we find the stem?
By dropping the ending.
Which ending?
Take off the ending.
Right, the genitive singular ending, right? And then that's how we find the stem. All right, how do you decline a noun? What's the process? So think about what you do in your Latin workspace every week. How do you do that?
You find the stem,
Okay,
and then you add the ending.
Right declension.
Yeah.
very good. That's the exact process. So you find the stem by dropping the ending of the genitive singular, and then you locate what declension it is, and you add the endings of that declension. Very good. All right, so what's the difference between masculine and neuter nouns so far that we've learned?
Miss Jamia, with the genitive singular, if that's how we tell the case, how do we tell the difference between masculine and neuter?
Okay, that's a good question, Eden. So we find the declension by the genitive singular, right? So now how do we locate the gender when it is second declension? Towie.
By the ending.
Right, so what ending is masculine and what ending is neuter?
I think
The
Grant.
ending of what?
I think Grant wants.
Right, you said by the end. Right, you said by the ending of what?
I think Grant really wants to answer.
He will. I'm gonna let him answer, but I just want you to make your answer a little more complete. By the ending of what?
By the ending of the genitive singular.
For us to determine the gender for second declension. Grant. Go ahead, Grant, answer.
Genitive singular. No, nominative singular.
Okay, very good. So how do I determine now if it's masculine or neuter?
Neuter is
No, neuter.
Neuter is and masculine is us. Very good. So remember, it's our nominative singular that we're looking at for gender, and it's our genitive singular that we look at for the declension. Okay? And remember, those are the two that you're given. Those are the two cases that you're given when you're given a new vocabulary word. So it's purposeful because you need to know the gender and you need to know the declension. Okay? All right, so which cases are Latin prepositions followed by? It's going to be one of two, right? Which one? Kendall?
Can I go to the bathroom?
Accusative or ablative?
Very good. Yes, Simon, go ahead. Very good. So prepositions are followed by the accusative case or the oblative case. For which prepositions do we use the accusative case? Remember pack.
You use the accusative case with poster and post or something.
Post and
Propter or something.
right, and propter. And then when do we use the oblative case?
With come and in.
Very good. And how about this one? From what we've learned so far, okay, we just did that one. All right. So these are all the things that we have learned up until this point, right? That's a lot. Would you say that's a lot? Yeah, and you guys are getting there. You're getting there. Very good. So now we're going to introduce predicate nouns or predicate nominatives and linking verbs. So if you remember your grammar rule was on page 27, and that is going to help us be able to translate predicate nominative sentences. So let's look at it. Let's look at this one. I should have given it to you in English first. So this says, my pronunciation is always so off. I think they roll their R's like in Spanish. Christus est Deus, right? So this is Christ is God. If we were to say it in English. So with the nominative, predicate nominatives, right, we know that we ask that question, does the noun replace or describe the subject? So in the predicate nominative case, it can replace the subject, right? So that's how we know that it's predicate nominative. And here for the est, this is our verb. It's third person singular, and then it's third person singular. And then here's our nominative case. So our predicate nominative, which helps us, right? Predicate nominatives use the nominative case. So in your book, it calls them predicate nouns, but you've been taught that they are predicate nominatives, right? So it should help you to remember to use the nominative case. All right. So if we were to diagram this, we diagram it the same way that we've learned in Essentials, right? Our predicate nominative is on that slanted line. The subject goes here to the left, then our verb, then our predicate nominative. Okay, so now the linking verbs. So when you see these verbs, you probably know that you have a predicate nominative sentence, right? Whenever you see a form of to be. So it's going to be very helpful that you memorize these if you can. So sum est. This is first person singular, second person singular, third person singular. And then for our plural form, sumus estis sunt. So what do you notice about these endings that we noticed about some of our other verb endings? Do you see any similarities? Do you notice any similarities? Yes, no, maybe so. What about this ending right here, NT? Have we seen that before with our other verbs? Orant, laudant. How do they end?
With the ANT.
Right, so the ending is the NT, right? If you remember OST, mustus int. You remember that? First conjugation, present tense. Do you remember those endings? So with our verb to be, just like in English, it's kind of irregular, right? It's an irregular verb. So it would be another irregular verb in Latin too. So the sum is a little bit different than our OST, right? Because it can end in O or M. And then we have the rest of them, S, T, must, tis, int, to help you remember what person and what number. So sunt ends in our NT. That would be our plural third person verb, right? So again, if you remember that the difference, what do you see that's different from the sum? The verb to be. How about the first person, second person, and third person singular? What differences or similarities do you see there? You guys aren't talking to me now after lunch? What's up with that? I know you see at least one of something. Look at this difference. There's sum here, and these are S and est. Is that a difference? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yes, but I don't understand why.
Bull. Right, so with the language, I don't know why either, but it's helpful for us to notice the differences so that when we memorize these endings, that you don't continue the stem of SU, because it's not SU for all of them, right? So we have to look and see what the differences are, but we see that the endings are M, S, T, must, tus, int. We know those endings already. We just have to memorize what these stems are, right? Okay, so whenever you see these words, you probably are gonna have some type of predicate nominative or predicate adjective when we get to the adjectives, right? So know that what's different about the verbs to be, they can be anywhere in your sentence. Whereas what do we learn about the other transitive verbs and intransitive verbs? Where can they be? Where are they found? Where are your transitive and intransitive verbs found in Latin? That was one of your grammar.
At the middle.
Not the middle.
At the end.
Right, at the end of your sentence. But sum can be anywhere in your sentence. And it's only for sum. Okay. So, how are you guys feeling about Latin? Was that helpful? Yes, thumbs up? Okay. No, Eden, no. Okay, so this week you see you don't have quite as many pages this week, right? Pages 26 to 33 to read, and then you have your week 4 Latin space. So how many of you think it would be helpful to do a separate workshop for Latin so that you can get some more practice? Give me a thumbs up if you think it would be helpful.
Well, it might be helpful.
So Kendall, okay.
We don't want to do it. It might still be helpful. It'll definitely be helpful.
I know you might not want to do it, but what we don't want is to get completely lost in Latin, because then it's hard to catch up and understand. So if you think you could use a refresher where we just are focusing on Latin, I'm happy to do that for you. So I'll check in with your parents, talk to your parents. If so, we'll do one for week 6. Not next week, but for week 6. Okay? All right. So are we pressing forward, or do you guys want to break?
Pressing forward.
Break.
Break.
Press
forward.
Forward.
Break.
So the compromise is 5 minutes. 5 minute. All right, 5 minute break. 5,
rant.
5 minutes.
Make it 3.
5.
Uh-oh, what is William doing now?
Is he putting our music back on?
I think. Well, everybody,
You might hate
look at my Lego dump. I've been using Legos for a bit now, so I have.
Simon, you might you're probably not gonna like this song. I'm just gonna
Okay.
say ahead of time, but
That's the stuff. No.
What song is that?
I don't see why I wouldn't like it, honestly. I don't hear anything.
no, I accidentally turned it off. It's an okay song. Otherwise, I don't think they would have played it at a Christian camp that I went to during lunch.
Which camp was this? Was this?
No, it wasn't junior camp because
Was it Victory Jam?
this will end our because it's about.
Bottle, Purex cleans more of your clothes.
Yeah, so it's about a setup.
Doesn't fold them though.
And then this, at the end of this, it'll be the end of break.
All the girls in the bathroom talking, who they gonna take to the Sadie Hawkins. My ears are burning, but I kept on walking. Smile on my face and an air guitar rocking. The Sadie Hawkins dance in my khaki pants. There's nothing better. Oh, oh, oh. Girls ask the guys, it's always just
So Simon, do you hate it? Do you think it's an annoying song?
Ugh, yes. I think every song that is not about chicken nuggets is annoying. No, I'm just kidding.
class nap. Baby,
A little bit.
I'm gonna ask you
More than I've listened to them all.
that off for me.
I've heard it. I've heard that song before. I don't hate it. It's just not my favorite.
Would you rather me play Jeopardy music?
I'd rather you play. Let me think.
Oh, our break's almost over anyway, so.
Literally?
Yeah, it is.
Oh. I better
Mr.
go
Mia,
back
do you
to
like when I play music, or do you want me to not play music?
I don't really care what you play.
No music is fine.
What?
What?
Thank you. We have about 45 seconds.
No, I mean later on, do you not want me to play music?
The Jeopardy is fine. I don't want everybody to start to play music, so everyone has different things of what's okay. So Jeopardy is fine. I think
That song wasn't on music. Yeah, I might just go back to Jeopardy.
20 seconds.
Okay, guys. I have a mission for you. Bask in the Glory of my new tablet.
I know 5 minutes goes pretty fast, but 5 minutes is over.
Aw,
We'll be back.
Wow, that was fast.
1 sec.
All right. It was pretty fast. 5 minutes makes it kind of worse something, but 5 minutes is enough to go to the bathroom and grab a snack or something. Okay, where is everybody? Let me see those lovely faces. So what are we doing next, guys? We have reasoning and LTW left.
LTW.
LTW, I see that's Russell's vote. When I get everybody back, we'll take a vote.
William, are you at Wallace?
Yeah.
Is your whole family there?
What did you say?
Is your whole family there?
What? Well, not my dad, but yeah, cause yeah.
Okay. Grant, are you back? So we can vote. Oh, look at the puppy. What is he doing?
He's chewing.
Chewing what?
Chewing what?
It's a bully stick. It's one of his favorite chew thingies.
Chew toys.
Yeah.
Okay, I have you all here, so let's vote. What's next? LTW? Reasoning is what-
LTW.
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 Okay,
LTW.
okay.
LCW.
That was unanimous. Very good. All right, LTW it is. All right, can you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, so I'm hoping that we will get to discussing Carry On Mr. Bowditch today. If we don't, we definitely will be discussing it next week because we officially start the book next week. But I'm hoping we get to it today. Okay, so what do you see here?
Someone running up a bunch of columns.
Okay. So what do you notice about the columns?
They're getting higher, and the last one's a goal.
Okay, very good. What do you guys want to be when you grow up? Do you have any thoughts yet?
Yep.
I do, but I don't want to share it with the whole class.
Yes.
Okay, so
I'll
if you
share
don't want
if you want.
to, okay, I'd love to hear it.
I would like to become a game designer and a millionaire. There we go.
Thank you, Simon. Anyone else want to share?
I'm gonna be a farmer.
A farmer, very good. Anyone else?
I want to live on the Eastern Shore.
Okay, about what about what you want to do or what you want to be?
I think I want to.
William, you do live on the Eastern Shore.
I also I kind of want to start be a diver when I grow up.
Okay.
Yay.
Diver, but just to springboards and stuff.
Okay, very good. Any others want to share? Okay, no pressure. You don't have to.
Strawberry life.
Perfect.
What I want us to think about is what role does school play in your dreams?
Not much role.
So for those that kind of know what you want to be.
College for mine.
Okay.
Coding and millionaires.
So for those of you that kind of know what you want to be or some idea of what you want to do, what role does school play in that?
Help you prepare to get like to accomplish your dream, because if you don't have enough like knowledge and you don't like understand, then they probably won't hire you.
I want to go to college and I might choose a different career that I probably will that has to do with school.
Okay, very good.
You could try to focus extra on something related to what you want to be.
Also, William,
Very good.
about being a diver, that is actually something you could do like when you turn 13.
Okay, so what do goals have to do with your dreams? Do you think that dreams and your career are the same? Your whatever you want to be when you grow up, do you think that they're the same?
Kinda. I mean, if I could be anything I wanted to be, like as a dream that I could be anything, then I want to be
Okay.
something.
I don't think they're the same.
Why not? How are they different, Eden?
I think dreams is more like what you want to be. And then your goal is, I guess they're sort of the same, but like your career is what you're more likely to be, maybe.
Okay.
I think your goal is what's usually possible, and I mean you can strive to, I don't know, complete your dream, but it's not as likely.
Okay. Those are some good thoughts. So if you see our person here, his columns are getting progressively higher until he reaches his goal. So let's say that his goal is his dream. What roles do these steps play in him reaching his goal or his dream?
Getting him up there.
Okay, do you think that he can skip any of them?
Probably not.
No.
What would happen if he tried to?
He would probably
He'd fall and die.
and then on the next one, and then he would fall through the cliff. Probably he might hit like his butt on that edge, and then he'll fall to the bottom and he'll be hurt.
Okay, can I, or are we done with that?
Pardon me, Russell?
Can I do my dream, or am I done, or are you guys done with that?
No, yeah, we would love to hear your dream.
Okay, I want to be a part-time UFC fighter.
Okay,
Part-time.
so a
And then
part-time
the other thing I want to do is combine Marvel and anime together.
Oh, okay, that would be awesome to see. So
Can be my
with
goal
our
and become,
person here, one more, you have another thing to share, Russell?
yes, and that's going to be my profession as well, animation.
Okay. Okay, very good, Russell, very good. So with our person here, if he fell right here, how would he now have to get back to here? Would he have to start over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He would.
He'd probably be hurt too, so.
Yeah. So what does that say about us reaching our goals and our dreams?
It's really hard to accomplish what you really want to.
You
It's not
think
going
it's
to be easy.
I mean, like if you have a goal in life or a dream to like become really famous or like to be really rich or something like that, you know, it's not that easy just to like walk up these different things
You have to
and
work
just
for it.
automatically reach your goal.
You have to work for it. Like he's doing, he's striving for his goal.
That's right. It looks like, does it look like he's walking or is he like really running?
Running.
He's running. How much effort do you think it takes for him to get to each step?
A lot, but I don't know what would be at the top of a column that said.
I mean, I'm guessing infinite because it's a picture.
No, it says goal, and that's the top, but I don't know what would be on the top of a column, unless it was for some kind of test that he had to take.
Right. So do you think that he might have to be at a column for a little while before he goes to the next one?
Yeah.
He might also want that speed to try and, once he has that first little bit of
It's
energy.
like those things. Sorry, William. Sorry. It's like those things in the movie where you kind of have to go through one gate for a test and then go to the next gate, next gate, next gate.
Okay, that's a great analogy, Russell. Thank you for sharing that. So I want us to just kind of think about this in terms of goal setting, right? Goal setting is always important. So goal setting is important in school too, right? So what goals do you think you have for this coming week, for week 4? What goals do you have set?
Just to survive.
Complete as
Survive? Okay.
complete my
For me, earning another $100.
Okay.
For me, completing my school and maybe doing a little bit of extra for the beach.
Okay, very good. And so then what do you think your goal would be in a month?
Still be alive.
Okay, to still be alive, right? We're living in
I'm
some
not to get kicked out because I'm not,
aren't we?
because I can't keep up.
What about by the end of the semester? What do you think your goal would be by the end of the
Let's
semester?
think of a more realistic goal than being alive. We all know that's not going to happen.
Not be dead.
To not be dead.
At least try not to get kicked out.
In terms of our academic goals, by the end of the semester, what do you want to look back and see that you've accomplished?
At least half of what they want you to do. Probably.
Okay.
Probably all.
Okay. How about you, Chowie?
My goal for the end of the year,
For the end of the semester?
probably to get better at Latin.
Okay, very good. Me too, Chowie. Me too. All right. Okay, so
My goal for the end of the year is just to
say it again.
finish. My goal at the end of the year is to finish Classical Conversations Challenge 1, or A.
Challenge A. Okay, very good to finish. Yeah, finishing is always a great goal. So if you were to kind of aspire to be a writer, right? Because we're in LTW and we're learning to write. If you were to aspire to be a writer, what things would you need to pursue now at your age?
You probably try and work hard at essentials because especially the IEW part, learn how to be a good writer and then work hard at this and yeah.
Okay. Anything else? You guys have already been through essentials, right? So right now you're at a new stage of persuasive writing. So I want you to imagine somebody who actually has no dreams. They have no motivation. They have no dreams, no goals. How do you think they would look at life? Is that a sad?
That's impossible. Because their dream would be a dream to have a dream to have a dream. And if they didn't have that dream, then they'd be dead.
Okay, Simon, let me let Kendall go ahead and speak. Go ahead, Kendall.
They probably wouldn't think there was much point in life.
Right. Thank you for sharing that. So,
Excuse me, Mr. Mia?
yes, Simon.
My Zoom broke. It says it needs to update.
It broke?
Kind of. I can't see anybody anymore.
Here.
So can I go ask my dad if I should update it?
Yeah, I just sent you a request to turn your camera on. Do you see something?
No.
Okay, go ahead and ask your dad.
You know what I think?
Yes, Russell.
Enlisting in the army just to do something.
Okay, for a person that has no motivation at all?
Yep, just make a man of themselves. Just enlist in the army.
Okay, so you see that goals and motivation are very important for life, right? Even if they're small ones, even if they're short term, they are what help us to continue living, to help us to continue striving for the things that we want. And if we set goals, then it's easier for us to look back and see what we've achieved. So goals are pretty important. So I want us to look at this scripture. God has a goal for us too. Can I get a reader for this scripture?
Let me do it.
Go ahead, Russell.
Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is man's all.
Okay, so according to that scripture, what do you think God's goal is for us?
Just to respect him and just keep his commandments, love.
Right. So knowing this, and we put it at the forefront of everything that we do, including the Devo that we did this morning, right? Then that should help us to be motivated to set our goals. Okay, so we're going to think about this as it pertains to our books, right? We need to set goals every week depending on what canon we're in. What are the canons? Do you remember what the canons are? No? Kendall?
Invention, arrangement,
Yes.
Elocution.
elocution, memory and delivery.
Very good. So those are the 5, and we focus on the first 3, right? So this is our last week in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and you should be pretty much finished with Carry On, Mr. Bowditch. How many of you are done with that book? Okay, very good.
I've been done with that book for a long time.
Okay, thanks for sharing, Russell. Okay, so just like Kendall helped us to remember, these are the canons that we're focused on in this seminar: invention, arrangement, and elocution. And we're in it for 3 weeks with each book. So what did we do for invention? Remind us what we did to figure out what to say.
We wrote the Annie chart.
Very good. And what does Annie stand for?
Affirmative, negative, and interest.
Very good. So also in our invention, we came up with our should question first, right? And then we turned that should question into a whether statement. And then we did our Annie. So the process helps us to think about the decisions that characters made in a book. And that's how we learn how to write persuasively. Very good. The next one was arrangement. So I was so happy to see that you guys turned in your outlines. Very good. And one thing I just want to remind you about, and we'll look at our class one in a moment, is remember in your outline, let me see where it is in our workbooks. Turn to page.
Miss Jamia, what's
Yes.
the point of doing writing 10 interesting things about your character if that you picked for your Annie chart if you don't use them at all?
You will be using them. So what you learn, remember, this is a step-by-step process. And as we go through each book, you're going to use your Annie more and more and more. but it's a process. So you have to learn how to be able to come up with these reasons first. And at one point, you're going to have to come up with at least 30 per column. Does that sound impossible?
For carry on,
No, because I had to.
for carry on, Mr. Bowditch, is it going to be essay 1 again, or does it go to essay 2?
We'll talk about it when we get to it. We're going to be in essay 2, but with each book, we move on to the next essay, and we learn a little bit more of invention, a little bit more of arrangement, more of and everybody mute, please. Simon, mute yourself, please. Okay, so turn to page 6 for me, you guys. Page 6. Give me a thumbs up when you're there. Okay, thanks, Grant. Thanks, Shiloh. Thanks, William, Kendall.
Of Mr. Bowditch?
Of your student workbook for LTW. Page 6. It should be your persuasive outline template. Are you there, Tawi?
I think so.
Okay. So it should say at the top, arrangement template 1. Do you see that? Okay. So when you look down into your outline, under A, what do you see there for A?
The thesis?
Right. So do you see an asterisk next to the thesis?
Enumeration.
Under A. Do you see an asterisk next to thesis?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what are we supposed to do with the lines that have asterisks? Go back
Wait,
up.
Mr. Mia, I have a question. Do you know what time Essentials used to get out?
3 o'clock.
3, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, if we look at our instructions where it says replace lines, can someone read that for me, please? Go ahead, Grant.
Replace lines that have an asterisk with your information from the arrangement worksheet on the previous pages.
Very good, thank you. So does that mean I should see the word thesis on my outline when you turn it in? No, you should replace that with your thesis. So what about enumeration? Should I see the word enumeration on your outline? No. Okay, and the same with your proof. So the only words that we do see that stay would be what?
Exposition.
Right, what's before exposition?
You'd also not do the conclusion, right?
No, you do the entire outline, but what is before exposition?
Enumeration.
The Roman numeral 1, what word is written there?
Introduction.
Right, introduction. So I should see the word, right, I should see the word introduction on your outline, and then your A, B should be your information. C, I should see the word exposition, and then I should see your proofs replaced here on the 1, 2, and 3. And the same with section 2, it should say proof, then your reasons. And then number 3, conclusion, I should see that word. And then your information for the thesis, the title summary of proof, and then your information for the summary of proofs.
Jamia, what's an enumeration?
So what is an enumeration? Can someone help us with that?
Me.
Who said me? Is that Simon?
It means like, the enumeration kind of means like, and I have 3 reasons why.
It's
Right,
the
so
number of
the
proofs
chicken sandwich
you
for lunch.
have.
did you do your worksheet? William, did you do your worksheet on pages 4 and 5?
Yeah, I did that.
Okay, so under introduction on page 5, you should see there, it tells you what your enumeration is. It's the number of proofs that you have.
Yeah, so I wrote it, I didn't write it in my book. Is that okay? I wrote it on a piece of notebook paper.
Yeah, on a piece of notebook paper is fine. But just so you know, your enumeration will say, it should be a number there. That's all. It shouldn't be any words. We should see a number there. Okay? And so I think all of you turned your outlines into me already. I did get to look at what was there. Did anyone turn anything in like after 5 o'clock yesterday?
I turned mine in at 7:45. I was
Okay. So I may not have seen yours yet, William.
Turned mine in at 8:30.
Okay.
My mom turned mine
you
in,
seen
so I don't know when she did.
Okay.
Have you seen mine?
And I think yours was before 5 because on the history of turning it in, I think Miss Cozy turned Shiloh's in at like 3:39 and yours wasn't quite. So.
Okay, Simon, I can't see your face.
Sorry, the camera is a little bit wonky. It's an iPad Pro and I'm not used to it.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so just to review arrangement on the screen, this is what we did with our class, Annie. We picked 3 compelling reasons after we did our Annie, right? We circled 3 reasons in both the A and the N column, and then we chose a side to defend. And now we have to rewrite our issue, which was our weather statement, now into our thesis. So that's going to have our should or our should not in whatever our action was. We're going to restate that as a statement, presenting whichever position that we chose. Then we'll write our first reason, and then our second and our third. And then just like the order of IEW, we do our conclusion first. And we do the things required for our conclusion. We'll repeat our thesis again. We'll repeat our main proofs. Then we move up to our introduction. And we introduce the argument that comes after we do the proofs and the conclusion. It's the same way that we should have written our IEW papers, right? You do the meat first, then the conclusion, then the introduction.
Miss Jamia, is this what you're telling us now from Annie to outline? Is this just review of what we did last week?
Yeah, it's just review.
Also,
And this,
is there a checklist? I think my brother might have mentioned something about a checklist or something.
there's a checklist when it's time for you to write your essay, which we will go over today. There's not a checklist for your outline because you already have the outline template in your student workbook. Okay?
You're supposed to yeah, never mind.
Okay, so we'll look at the checklist in a moment because this week you'll be doing your essays. Okay, and then we finish the introduction, and then when we have all of that, we transcribe that into our outline on a separate page. Now remember, you see that asterisk at the bottom? It should not be any complete sentences except for your thesis. That's it. Everything else should be phrases, not complete sentences. Remember, it's an outline, right? So you have keywords there. It's an outline. It's a framework for you to work from. Okay, and this is what it looks like. This was our class outline that we did. Here was our thesis. Mr. Tumnus should have delivered Lucy to the White Witch. For 3 reasons, our exposition. Here were our reasons, our proofs. Here were our proofs again. Here's the conclusion. So right now, this rudimentary outline is very simple. And I know you're probably thinking, this is so repetitive. Why are we doing this? It's so repetitive. How many of you thought that?
I do because I think I did use complete sentences in my outline. So should I change it or just leave it the way it is?
Okay, you should change it so that you know moving forward that it's an outline and you want to get into the habit of using keywords. Keywords, symbols, just like we learned in IEW. Okay, and so this is our framework, you guys. That's why it's so simple. It's our framework for our persuasive essay. And so in order for us to build on this, we got to get the order of our framework. So that's why it's so simple right now. And I know when you sit down, you're like, I'm writing this over and over and over again. How many of you thought that? Did you even question if you were doing it right because you were writing it over and over again? I know.
No,
But-
because my mom I wasn't writing it over and over again because my mom thought that, my mom said I had to use a different opener for each one, so I did.
Okay, we're not at openers yet. This is the framework. And so what we're doing right now is we are really laying down the foundation to build on. And we're going to look at what the goal is in a minute, what we're going to aspire to. Yes, Tally?
Since it goes over and over again, are we allowed to copy and paste?
Yes, you are. And you shouldn't be using complete sentences. So if you hand wrote it, then you should still be using keywords. And you can certainly copy and paste. I'll tell you guys, I'm in a class right now for LTW. Just this week, I had to turn in a 10-page paper. Did you hear what I said? 10 pages. And only 9 of those pages was all of the background, the invention, the arrangement, and the elocution is the final essay. And so when you do that over and over and over again, you'll see how it builds into like this beautiful writing. So it really is laying a framework. Okay, yes, William? Is that your outline? Unmute, William.
So since they're complete sentences, you're saying that later I should go and change them into regular.
Right, moving forward, you don't have to change them into keywords for this time, but no, for all of your outlines, they should not be in complete sentences, okay? Because you're just gonna write your essay this week and it really is just transcribing what's on your outline into complete sentences for your essay. So just know moving forward that you won't have complete sentences on your outline. Okay, I think most of you shared your thesis already last week, is that right? Is that right? Okay, I couldn't remember if we did or not. Does anyone want to share their proofs?
Miss Jamia,
Yes,
are you recording this onto YouTube?
I am. Let me make sure that
Well, can I just suggest something? Since you're recording it onto YouTube, you don't want people to just use this for their own school. So I would suggest
it's private.
Please do not.
To it unless I send them the link.
it's private. Okay.
Yeah, it's private. Okay, no, we're recording. We're still recording. Okay, so now this week, we're on the elocution canon. And now we're going from the outline to the essay. So this part is the easy part. So the only thing that you are doing is now you are making sentences from your outline and putting them onto paper into your paragraph. Okay? So this should be a very easy part for you this week. Okay, so I would like for you to turn to page 108. Page 108 in your student workbook.
What page did you say?
Page 108. So William, I think you asked me for a checklist earlier, right? So the back of your book has sample essays and it also has checklists for each essay. And so this is your checklist for your rudimentary essay. And you see the things that are required here. So just like our checklist for IEW, you want to make sure you look at this before you submit it as your final paper, okay? You don't have to submit the checklist to me. I just want to see your essay. But I definitely want you going through your checklist to make sure that you have looked at everything and everything that's required is there. Any questions?
Yes. So, for like all the essays and stuff, also for research, are we like focusing on vocabulary and dress ups, or is it like just a research paper?
So for your research paper for science, is that what you're speaking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so remember for formal writing, you don't use too many dress ups. So you're writing about science things. So usually when you look at science resources, you don't see a lot of LY words or anything like that, right? Because it's formal writing. And so you want to try to stay within that for formal writing. For this, you're not really using too many dress ups right now for the rudimentary, but as we grow in our essay, you'll see what's required. And don't forget the stylistic techniques that you did use for your IEW. Remember those so that as we grow and things that you add to your essay, remember to try to add those in, just so you practice them and you don't forget them. So do you have any questions about this checklist for essay 1?
What does rudimentary mean?
It just means the introductory, the beginning. So the introductory usually is the easiest part, right? So I want you to see what you're going to aspire to. So turn to page, what is that? 116.
Mr. Mia?
Yes.
Is this the third thing we're doing, or what's the last thing that we're doing today?
You mean what seminars left after this?
Yes.
Reasoning.
So, okay.
Turn to page 116.
Do you mean 118? Because 116 is the essay 9 checklist.
Yes, I want you to look at the essay 9 checklist.
Oh, I thought you we were gonna look at the sample essay.
Yeah, we will in a moment. Remember our exordium today was about goals, right? And how we have to take each step to get to the final goal. So by the time you finish LTW, you will have written an essay that includes all of these things. And you don't get to reach essay 9 until you get to challenge 1.
Why is that exactly? Because we write one every 3 weeks and we have 30 weeks, except that means that this one would be on week 27. So why is that?
Don't you repeat essays?
We do repeat. We repeat essays so that you understand the technique. So you don't get to essay 9 until challenge 1 because they're more advanced techniques that we have to make sure that you master the process, just like with essentials, right? You had to master the process, and every year you added more things on your checklist. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you would get advanced checklists as you grew in your understanding of essentials. It's no different with LTW. So by the time you challenge 1,
Mr. Mia, do you have to do all this? Because I had understood from LTW you didn't have a checklist.
No, these are the checklists that you will be using for your writing as you grow in it, that your director will give you, right? So right now, we are on essay 1. And this is just so that you can see what you will grow to, because this rudimentary thinking, I was thinking the same thing when Sinai first went through LTW. I was like, oh, that essentials she just went through. What in the world is this rudimentary essay? And then when I looked at the last essay, I was like, oh, now I understand. So for me, I like to see where I'm going, because then it helps me be motivated for where I am in the moment. I don't know if that works for anyone else. It helps me to know that. So I wanted to see where you're going with the writing. So if you stick to it, you will end up growing into that. So now let's look at the sample essay that William reminded us about on page, what page was that, William? Let's say 8. Okay, 118.
There's a sample essay for, is it one for challenge A and one for a different challenge? Because one is referring to the,
Okay, no, the sample essays are always,
and then one of them's referring to
right, so,
something about, yeah, I don't know what book.
right, so in your student workbook, they always have a prompt that they're writing from. So they'll have two. They are writing from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe for every template, or they're writing from this other book, which I don't remember what it is. But you'll always see two samples so that you kind of get an idea of how it works. And you see this one is pretty short, right? It's very simple. It's pretty much word for word of what your outline is going to be. So do you see the different parts? Can you notice the different parts? Let's get a reader for sample essay A. Go ahead, Kendall.
Edmund should not have followed the White Witch for 3 reasons. Edmund's sister Lucy warned him that the White Witch was evil. He should have seen that the White Witch was evil, and he acted in secret. The first reason Edmund should not have followed the White Witch is that his sister Lucy warned him that the White Witch was evil. The second reason Edmund should not have followed the White Witch is that he should have seen that the White Witch was evil. The third reason Edmund should not have followed the White Witch is that he acted in secret. Edmund should not have followed the White Witch because his sister Lucy warned him that the White Witch was evil. He should have seen that the White Witch was evil, and he acted in secret.
Okay, very good. So can you see, if you were to look at your introduction, do you see how the introduction is laid out right there in the first paragraph? You have the thesis. Which one is the thesis statement?
The first one, Edmund should not have followed the White Witch for 3 reasons.
Right, so your 3 reasons is your enumeration, right? That's your enumeration. And then the proofs are listed right after that. So that they were able to do that all in one sentence. Right, so this one is going to be, I mean, literally, it's word for word of your outline. And then you see the middle part of your outline or your proofs, right? You see the first reason, the second reason, the third reason. And I want you to follow the same format that you see here. There's a reason for that, and you'll see it as the essays grow. And then in the conclusion, your thesis is stated again, and then your proofs. And then it's over. So there's not really any new information that you're doing this week. You are now just transcribing your outline into essay form this week. So your essays should actually probably be the easiest thing that you do every week. Week 3 of our books should be the easiest thing if your outline has everything that is needed in it, right? Because you'll just be transcribing. Okay, do you have any questions about your essays this week?
Should we just be doing these in one day because they're so easy?
Yeah, I mean, it won't even take you an hour, I don't think.
Maybe 15.
You can knock that out real easy, right? Maybe 15 minutes, right? So the week 3 of each book should be the easiest week.
Should we be handwriting these, or are we allowed to actually make them up as we're typing on a device? Should we handwrite these as a rough draft?
You can. you can do either of whatever your teacher, your parent suggests. I will provide a folder for you to turn them into me. If you decide to handwrite them, then your parent will just take a picture and upload to the folder. Or if you type them, you can upload to the folder. I'll send out another folder link so that I have your essays and I can get a look at them. Okay?
Are you using, but are you putting the outlines in the folder as well, or just the essays?
I'm sorry, say it again, William.
Are you putting the outlines in this folder or only the essays?
So this will be just an essay folder.
Because if you're gonna put the outlines in, I was gonna type mine up, but.
Okay, well, the outline folder is still there. If you want to type it out, it's up to you. But I'll have an outline and essay folder for each book. And I'll provide those links for you as we do the books. Okay? Any more questions about your essays this week?
Is it time to move on to analysis?
No, not yet. We have a breakout session. We have about, what time is it? I think 10 minutes.
Analogies takes what, 40 minutes?
Yeah, analogies really only takes us like 30 to 40 minutes to complete. So you'll probably end early today. So let's do our breakout session for Carry On Mr. Bowditch. Here's what you'll do. You're gonna share 3 characters and 3 actions that they did in your groups. And then you're just gonna ask a should question. You're gonna pick one character and ask a should question and then share it with us when you come back. So again, pick a spokesperson. This time, make sure you pick.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Mr. Mia. Were we supposed to have finished our Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe papers since we're starting our Mr. Bowditch ones?
No, your papers are due next Friday.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I said that if we had time, we were gonna discuss some of the books today.
I kind of forgot it though because I've read it in the summer, but.
Well, do what you can. Just do what you can. You'll be working on it next week. So this might be good for you to write in your brain some ideas for next week.
Oh, but I do have one.
Do you guys have your instructions clear? Yes? Okay, so let me stop sharing here so I can. You guys are reading your instructions.
Can you say their instructions, please?
So you're going to discuss 3 characters from the book.
Okay, are we going to get in the same breakout rooms as before?
No, I just let the computer choose.
Wait. What was the second surprise again?
This is the second surprise, the breakout rooms to discuss the book. Do you like the breakout rooms? Yes, no, maybe so?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I want you, when you get in your breakout rooms, to discuss 3 characters, 3 decisions that they made, or 3 actions that they did, and then select one to go with, just one, and come back with a should question. Okay? You got it?
Yes.
Yes, Kendall. Go ahead, Kendall.
Do we pick 3 as a group, or does each person pick 3?
Yeah, it's 3 as a group. So there are 3 of you. I'm actually missing. I have Russell in a group. He's not showing in my group. Russell, what kind of device are you on?
Oh, Mr. Mia, I know why that is. It's because whenever you scroll to Razul, it kind of just cuts him out for some reason.
What kind of device are you on, Russell?
It's because there's one extra person, so it kind of just cuts him out.
Hold on, let me try.
Samsung.
Android.
Android, Samsung.
Right.
That's the
Oh,
same
I have a
thing.
Samsung too.
Create.
Yay.
Let me see if I can.
Oh,
Okay, I can assign. Okay, give me a
Where's
moment.
my little tablet?
2, 3.
Is it easier from on the iPad?
It is way easier from the iPad.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want me on the iPad?
No, you're fine. I got you now. All right, you ready? I'll see you in 5 minutes, okay? Okay, Russell. Russell, did you get an invitation to go to breakout room 2? Okay, there we go. They're in breakout rooms right now. Oh my God, I went into What happened?
I accidentally left the session a little early. Could you put me back on?
Uh-oh, what happened?
I accidentally left a.
Oh no, William. I don't think I can put you back in now because I've closed it and they're all
Okay.
returning in 30 seconds.
Now let's.
Uh-oh. We just lost another one too. Yeah, I can't put you back in. It's coming back
Okay.
now.
It's barely any time left. So, are we supposed to have a weather
10 seconds.
statement? 1 sec. I'll just.
No, just a should question is fine. Just a should question.
Yeah. So, I think we agreed on that, and then I left accidentally.
Okay, no whiteboard, just talk to me and
Okay. So we
let
never
us
agreed
know
on this.
in your conversations. How was that? Did you guys enjoy,
Uh,
did you guys enjoy the break?
yes, but we didn't finish.
Okay, very
We
good.
didn't finish. We
You
need
didn't
we
finish,
need
it's
to
okay.
know
It's
who
okay.
we're doing and like we need to discuss the reasons still. Can you give us 5 more
Okay.
minutes, please?
5 more minutes. Does
We
everyone
only
else, other group, 5 more minutes too?
No,
We need 1 more minute.
we're good.
Okay, well, we're
We need 1 minute, please.
running
Just
out
like-
of time, Simon, so we'll get to speak about it again next week.
I will.
oh my gosh. Okay, I'll make up some
I
names
can't
then and I'll make up
today.
the person. There we go.
So,
I can
Shaka, are
talk.
you the spokesperson?
Okay, so
Yes, you
you guys
should.
didn't get a spokesperson either?
We never agreed on one.
Who's your
and-
spokesperson?
William should be our spokesperson.
Yeah, we just, yeah.
Thank you, Eden.
It's like unanimous. You like
Spokesperson for group 2.
Wait, Eden, did you say I should be it, or are you the spokesperson?
You should be the spokesperson.
Fine, I'll be the spokesperson.
Who's
and
my
I'm the spokesperson for group 1.
Okay, group 1, is everyone in agreement?
Okay, I think I have something, and I think we're good. I think we've got some stuff.
Okay, so
I'm
let's
gonna
let
do
Simon go first for group 1. I did hear some conversations in there. You guys were having some good conversations. So what character
Okay, I think we're gonna choose Nat, but mostly his
are you going to
parents.
talk to us about?
We're gonna choose why Nat's parents. Well, should Nat's parents have indentured him to the sale person? Okay, so
Okay, very good question.
they have some reasons. They probably shouldn't have because he goes on all these dangerous adventures and blah blah blah. And he probably could get himself killed. Like there's a really good chance, but they also should because getting indentured back then was kind of like almost assurance that you'd get a job as whoever you were indentured to, you'd kind of become their tradesperson. But I mean, he hated being indentured, so that's another reason why they shouldn't have. But also, in the end of the book, he wouldn't have gotten all this like happy stuff.
Don't give away the end. Did everyone finish the book? Has everyone finished? Give me a thumbs up if you finished the book.
Okay, well, I'll just say he wouldn't have gotten a happy ending. So
Okay.
there we go. So, and
We
also another reason why
don't
they
want to be a
should,
spoiler of the book if everyone
but
is not.
another thing why they should have indentured him is because he learned all this stuff and he was able to teach it to other people, make maps, and become pretty famous. Because he's a real person. That was.
I think
He actually made
is a real
the
person.
first maps. It wasn't Mercator, it was something else. But so yeah, and he made all these really great maps and went to all these great places. So I think in summary it's pretty inconclusive, but I'm gonna say that he should have been indentured even though he didn't like it. Thank you.
Okay, so that's very good. Thank you. So of course, this is just skimming the surface of coming up with both sides, right? I wanted you guys to just kind of speak about some characters. Okay, William, you're up.
Okay, so we decided as our thesis, I think, whether Polly should have died. And we decided, I think, probably no, right? She shouldn't have, no, she shouldn't have died.
Whether she should have died?
Yeah, so,
whether Polly should have died?
yes.
Okay.
So
We were gonna do a different person whether
shouldn't-
they should have died.
She shouldn't have died because,
dumb.
I mean, people don't usually die of grief, and she probably believed in him, and she should have died because she probably didn't think he was gonna come back, so she might have killed herself, and she shouldn't have died.
Suicide.
Okay, so we're not gonna make light of suicide because it's a very serious thing, right?
Not suicide, but she might have died of heartbreak.
Right, of heartbreak. Okay, so for that one, you may want to revisit
So we're gonna, in conclusion,
kind
yes.
of another decision that may have led to her death. Because usually when a person dies, I don't know that they really have a say-so in it unless they do commit suicide, right? So
It was just
I don't know. We could have, if you'd rather, we could have done another one.
whether she shouldn't have died, whether she
Simon.
Whether
Is that-
Polly should have let Nate go on the voyage, and she should have because she believed in Nate, and she believed that he'd come back, and she shouldn't because it was very
Any of
dangerous.
those were good.
And he had a dangerous history of coming back to dead family members.
Yeah.
So she might have been superstitious. I think people were superstitious back then, weren't they? So yeah, that's a different one. We could do.
Okay. So very good. It kind of helps for you to discuss it with your classmates to get different ideas of actions that characters did for you to be able to come up with your own should statement and turn it into your issue, your whether statement, right? Okay, very good. So I wanted to just highlight something very quickly, and then we're going to move on to reasoning, our last strand of the day. Yay. Okay, let me just show you guys these things. I'm also going to put it in the classroom, okay? So next week, you're going to show and share your rudimentary essay. You probably won't read the whole thing. You'll probably read your thesis and your proofs because they're all going to pretty much sound the same. So we just want to hear what your thesis and your proofs are for next week, okay? Okay, we don't have time for a break. Okay, I think I decided I'm going to share. There are lots of vocabulary terms in Carry On, Mr. Bowditch, right? Lots of things. How many of you were looking up some of those things to see what they were? Did anybody? Oh, you guys.
Yes.
Nobody looked
yes,
up
yes,
some-
yes, 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 yes. I had to use the dictionary like every 5 minutes.
Okay, very good. So what I'm going to do in the classroom, I'm going
Though it didn't always provide
to
the
share
answer.
some visuals for you of some of the tools that use. And I'm also going to provide some of the maps so that you can really see the places that he voyaged and how far they were. And then think about what was happening in the book as you look at these different maps to see how long his journeys took and where he was going and all of that. It'll make for some good discussion points next week. So I'll put that in the classroom this week, okay? So now, last seminar. Reasoning. Go ahead and turn to chapter 3 in your books. Where is it? Reasoning, reasoning. Did anybody see it? I know it's there. That's LTW. Research.
In which book?
Here it is. In your Analogies for Us All book.
Mr. Mears.
Okay. Yes, Russell, we lost you. Were you able to participate in the breakout session?
No.
A little. So did the call drop, Russell? I guess we kind of need to figure out what's happening with when we put you in the breakout. Here it is. Okay. So I want us to look at this rhyme or this poem. I meant to say poem. Can I get a reader for this poem? You have to read it with a little swing to it. Can you do that for me?
I checked it as I rhymed. It's 1995. When I arrive, the party gets live. Love the master rhymer. As I leave behind the video rapper, you know the chart like. Collaborate goes down another rapper, another matter, punch up the data, last master.
Okay, very good. So you see all of these highlighted words, right? We're going to talk about them in a little bit. But what was Russell doing for us in this poem?
Trying to use
What is liver and rhymer? Okay.
Seemed like he was trying.
What is liver and rhymer?
It looks like it's.
Say it again, William.
What do you mean?
It is liver. Party gets liver.
It looks
you
like
know, like live, alive.
It's spelled
right.
like
If you
liver.
read the sentence, do you think liver would fit?
No. Who said that?
Right. So it's liver. Right. It's probably not a real word, but in poetry. So the author is here, Blastmaster. This is the author. So this is from 1995. I'm sure this is well before any of your times, right? When were you guys born? In the 2000s, right?
Yeah, 2008.
2008.
2008, 3 hours before William.
Be still my heart. So in 1995, we were wearing like neon colors. Do you know what neon colors are? Like lime green and lime green or fluorescent orange or fluorescent pink. Those were the colors that were kind of in 1995. You know how I remember that? Because I had a sweatshirt that was fluorescent pink and it said 1995. So Shiloh, my sweatshirt was the color of your lights. So imagine if I were going out and I had this bright pink shirt on, and imagine lots of people wearing bright colors like that at that time. That was kind of the in thing. So what are these words? I mean, we have rapper, clapper, liver, rhymer. Rapper.
Excuse me, Mr. Mia. Was there a lot
Yes.
of childhood blindness in 1995?
What makes you ask that
Well, I've seen neon
question?
clothing, and
Because of the bright colors?
yes.
No, I wouldn't say there was a lot of blindness. If anything, I think it kind of made us happy to see those bright colors. It makes me smile when I see bright colors. Does it do anything for your mood when you see like something bright? Yes, no, maybe so.
Yeah.
It was just fun colors to wear. But what about the words? 95 arrive. What kind of words are those? Live or rhymer?
They're not.
It's really not a trick question. Rapper, clapper. What kind of words are those?
Rhyming words.
Thank you. I love ding, 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 ding. They're rhyming words.
It seems like they're trying to rhyme. I don't know how good they are at rhyming.
Okay.
They're trying to rhyme.
So this would have been a rhyme from 1995. So we're going to look at rhyming today, and we'll get to that in a moment. That's our topic for today. So go ahead and turn to Proverbs 25 in your books. What page is that? That's page
30, page 30.
176, page 176. Proverbs 25. We will be reading Proverbs 25 with every class. The goal is for you to somehow memorize a good portion of it by the end of the semester. So if you're reading something all the time, it's going to start to sink in, right? When you're looking at it all the time. So it's always a good thing to hide God's word in your hearts, right? Okay, so
it's interesting that you're
we'll bring it up into fours again. And say it again, William.
I said it's interesting. It's interesting that your Bible's page is 176 because the pages must be a lot bigger because mine is 379.
No, I mean in your analogies for us all book. In here.
Oh, I see what you mean. Never mind.
It's page 176 in here. And so what we'll be doing over time is as we learn these new figures of speech, we'll be annotating Proverbs 25 right in our books. And we'll also be annotating the sonnet that we look at, which we didn't get a chance to look at last week, but we'll definitely look at this week. So we're going to take 4 verses, again, each. And I just want to make sure everybody is sitting close to their computer so I can see your faces so that we can have good volume. Remember all of our presentation skills that we're continuously working on. Okay, so Tawi, how about you start? Take the first 4 verses.
These are also Proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but it is the honor of kings to search out a matter. The heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kingdom is unsearchable. Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall.
One more.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer.
Very good. Okay, next up, Eden. Take, what's that, 5 through 8.
Take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. Put not forth thyself in the presence of the king, and stand not in the place of great men. For better it is that be said unto thee, Come up hither, than that thou shouldest be put lower in the presence of the prince whom thine eyes have seen. Go forth hastily to strive, let thou know not what to do in the end thereof, when thy neighbor hath put thee to shame.
Okay, very good. Next up, Kendall, 9 through 12.
Debate thy cause with thy neighbor himself, and discover not a secret to another. Lest he that heareth it put thee to shame, and thy infamy turn not away. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold and pictures of silver. As an earring of gold or an ornament of fine gold, so is a wise reprover on an obedient ear.
Okay, very good. Next up, Shiloh. Was that 13 through 16?
As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so is a faithful messenger to them that send him. For he refresheth the soul of his masters. Whoso boasteth himself of a false gift is like clouds and wind without rain. By long forbearing is a prince persuaded, and a soft tongue breaketh the bone. Hast thou found honey? Eat so much as is sufficient for thee, lest thou be filled therewith and vomit it.
Okay, very good. Grant, you're up, 17 through 20.
Withdraw thy foot from the neighbor's house, lest he be weary of thee, and so hate thee. A man that beareth false witness against his neighbor is a maul, and a sword, and a sharp arrow. Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth, and a foot out of joint. As he that taketh away a garment in cold weather, and as vinegar upon nitre, so is he that singeth songs to a heavy heart.
Okay, next up, Rasul. You are 21 through 24. Russell, you have your book? Can you sit down in front of your camera for me, please?
I can go, Mr. Mia.
There we go.
Oh, yeah. Let's have the book. Can I
20
come right back?
Sure. Can you go after William? Will that be fine? William's going to be next. Okay, William, 21 through 24 for me, please.
If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. For thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head, and the Lord shall reward thee. The north wind driveth away rain. So doth an angry countenance a backbiting tongue. It is better to dwell in the corner of the housetop than with the brawling woman and in a white house.
Okay, Rasul.
Hold on. My mom's coming.
We're on page, what is this, 177. So I don't know how we didn't have enough verses this time. So Simon and Russell, I'm gonna have you split the last 4. Simon, go ahead and read 25 and 26, and Russell will take us home with 27 and 28. So Simon, 25 and 26.
Simon's not here, so I guess I'm taking over. Okay? You want me to take over if Simon's not
Okay,
here?
25 and 20. He's here. He was just turning to it.
Okay, like, wait, never mind.
Russell, I'll have you do the last 2, okay? Simon, 20, 25 and 26 for me.
You're muted.
Oh, Simon, unmute. Unmute, Simon. Unmute.
As cold water is to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country. A righteous man falling down before the wicked is as a troubled fountain and a corrupt spring.
Okay, very good. And Russell, can you do our last 2, 27 and 28?
It's not good to eat too much honey, nor is it honorable to search out matters that are too deep. Like a city whose walls are broken, is a person who lacks control.
Okay, thank you.
Is that
Thank
it?
you. That is the last 2. So we'll be reading Proverbs 25 every week for the first semester. The idea is for 2 things. The first thing
Oh, I forgot to read.
is for us to learn how to read the older English. Each version is the older English in our Analogies for Us All books. And when you get to challenge 1, you're going to have a book that has really hard words in it, but you're meant to read it and present it with finesse. So it helps you work on your enunciation. And when you get to words that are a little harder to pronounce, you slow down and then you go ahead and say them. So I want you guys to try to practice that when you're at home, reading it out loud so that you hear yourself, okay? Okay, so this week we are looking at rhyme and review. So go ahead and turn to page 25. Page 25.
Are we gonna finish early or late?
I think we'll finish early. Usually this doesn't take too long. We're not going to go through the entire lesson together. We're going to review some things, and then we'll get to the sonnet, and then we'll be done. You'll be dismissed. So for now, I want us to think about, with the exordium today, we introduced something from 1995, and I can't remember who said it, but it had rhyming words in it, right? So I would like for you to be able to give me a word that rhymes with best. Towie, give me a word that rhymes with best.
West. West.
Okay, very good, Simon. Towie?
Best.
Okay,
Best.
the word is best. With a B. I'm best with a B.
Zest.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Towie.
I said vest. As in like a church vest.
Vest with a V.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Kendall.
Pest.
Pest with an H.
Pest with a P.
A P, pest. Okay. I'm sure that some older siblings I know in my house, they might think of some of their younger siblings as, okay. How about Shiloh?
West?
West, okay, very good.
No, Quest.
Russell, you got one for me? Quest, very good.
Nest. You go
Guest. Okay, William.
Nest.
Nest, very good. Eden, you got one for me?
I was gonna say nest, but
Try one that starts with a Z. How about?
best.
In blank.
Okay, so how do we go about coming up with words that rhyme?
You just put
Well,
a letter in front of it. You just put a letter in front of an ending like S, and then there we go. It rhymes. Best,
Okay.
best, mess, blah 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 blah. You could even make
Very good. So I think this is something that kind of comes natural to us. Okay, Simon. Very good. So I think this is something that comes kind of natural to us. If you remember, like all the Dr. Seuss books, how many of you read the Dr. Seuss books grown up? Green Eggs and Ham, and he does a great job of rhyming, right? I just read one the other day. And so rhyme is just two words with the same final consonant and or the vowel sound, right? And then even sometimes with our assonants, we saw that some of them could rhyme also, right? So it's very possible that a word could have several figures of speech in writing. We just have to kind of notice it and see what it is. So if you're on page 25, I want you to look under the similar sounds section. Do you see that, where you see the words like partake, break, snake, that there? How would you say in number 1 the words are alike?
The vowel and the ending.
Right, so the ending of the ake, right? AKE. So how about if we drop down to number 4? What words are alike in number 4?
Goodbye. Press, mess, and restless.
Very good. And
Mia?
what other words?
Does it have to be spelled the same at the end?
It does not. It has to sound the same, right? That's what rhyming is. Not spelled the same, but sound the same. That's a very good question, Eden.
Creed and creed.
Okay, very good. So if we were to group these words together in number 4, how would we group them? What would be in one group? Which words would be in the S group?
press, mess, and restless.
Right. And then what words would be in the ED group?
Seed, need, and creed.
Very good. So if you remember last week when we looked at alliteration and assonance, we began to group words based on their likenesses, right? And then that's how we then start to use the symbols to make the analogies. And it's no different with the rhymes. So go ahead and turn to page 26. And if we consider that first analogy with the words there, grow, below, spaceship, and flip, how do I read that? William.
Grow is to below as spaceship is to flip.
Very good. So here it's written in our symbolic form, right? With our colons, meaning is to, and then our double colons, meaning as. So then we drop down to our bridge boxes. Remember what those were? That's how we group words based on their similarities. So on the left side, How is the left side and the right side different? How is grow is to blow like spaceship is to flip? William.
They both rhyme, but they don't they rhyme with each other. And it's different because they don't rhyme. Like grow doesn't rhyme with spaceship, but between themselves with the is to, they rhyme.
Right, very good. So with our analogies, we're looking for similarities of what would be the connection, the relationship. So that's what the bridge boxes tell us. So although they're different in the way that William said, that they don't rhyme with each other on the sides that they belong, they do rhyme with their partner, right? So then our bridge box would be over top rhyme and over top rhyme for both the left and the right. So if you were to drop down to where it says goat is to rope, as child is to reconcile, what would go into our bridge boxes right there?
Rhyme.
I'm freezing. Say it again, Eden, I didn't hear you.
Rhyme.
Yes, very good. So go ahead and write rhyme in your boxes there. So it really is that simple. The bridge boxes help us to find the similarities. So as we grow in our figures of speech, they're going to get a little bit more challenging. So just understand that they'll never be different. Your bridge boxes should never be different. They're based on similarities. Okay, so let's turn the page to page 27. And let's jump down to number 1 where it says pillow. So we're going to complete these analogies based on the common category of rhyme. So let's try 1 and 2 together. So pillow is to armadillo as mouse is to
House.
what?
House.
House, very good. So write in house. What's another one?
Miss Jamia, was I not supposed to? I already did this lesson yesterday night.
That's fine. What we do in class is a preview. If you look under reasoning in your week 3, you'll see what we'll introduce in class. So if you do it ahead of time, it's fine. It's fine, but we'll introduce it in class.
Because like the first week you were talking about things and it seemed like you were skipping ahead and I'd never read the first lesson. I didn't know if I was supposed to before. So
right.
Now I'm
so that was my mistake too, because I think I got a little bit confused on how it was supposed to work. So when you come to class, it's a preview of what you'll be doing for the week. So I'm going to introduce the lesson so that when you go home to do the exercises, that you understand what you're looking at. We'll just kind of work through a few of them together.
So we don't have.
Okay, how about number 2? Ahead is to, say it again. Say it again, William.
So we don't so we don't have to do the lesson beforehand.
No, you don't.
Okay, and then ahead is to bobsled as sweet is to beat.
Okay, very good. You have another one for me, Russell? As sweet is to?
Yeet.
A rhyming word for meat. Okay, very good. Okay, I think you guys get the hang of this. This one's pretty easy this week, right? Okay, let's look at our sonnet on page 30. Put a finger in that because we need to look and see how we annotate rhyming. Does anyone remember how we annotate alliteration? How do we annotate alliteration? Do you remember? Kendall?
Draw boxes around the first letter of the words and then connect the top.
And then the little curved line. Yep, very good. And how do we annotate assonants?
We draw circles on the top. Draw circles and connect on the top.
Right, you connect at the bottom. You connect alliteration at the top and you connect assonants at the bottom. Okay, so now we're going to look and see how to annotate rhyme. So we're on, is that 11? Roman numeral 11. And rhyme is our next figure of speech. So how do we annotate rhyme?
We underline it.
Right, so you're underlining the rhyming sounds, not the entire word, the rhyming sounds, okay? So now let's turn back to our sonnet on page 30. And we will do the first stanza together. So let me get a reader for the first line, or the first two lines. William.
Although our hero's courage may inspire, the knowledge of his way he did require.
Okay, so if I were to annotate that, what would I be underlining? Cowie?
Inspire and require.
Way and may.
Right, we're going to underline the sounds, right? So what sound is rhyming?
Ire.
Right, so we want to underline ire in both words. So underline the ire and inspire and underline the ire and require. Were there any more in those first lines?
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
Yes.
Wait, there are?
Way and may. We would
Okay,
underline
Grant, what do you see?
Way.
I was
and
thinking
may.
about that one too. So what do we underline in that one? What sound?
The A at the end. The A.
Very good, the AY. So we want to underline the AY. Very good. Okay, the next two lines. Can I get a reader for that one? Simon, can you read for me the next two lines, please?
I don't have my book right now. I have it in my thing because I couldn't find the pages that you were talking about.
Page 30 we're on.
Sure.
Shiloh, can you read the next two lines for me, please?
So as he passed through village, town, and shire, of man and maiden, he had to inquire.
Okay, so we have a few figures of speech in this one. What do you see? What figures of speech do you see? Kendall.
There's alliteration.
Okay, where is it?
On the fourth line, the man and maiden.
Okay, very good. And how do we annotate that one? Right, Grant. I see you making your little, put squares around your M's and put your curved line to connect the M's. Thank you, Grant. Is there any more?
There's Shire.
Where?
and
Tell me, Grant.